Good morning, everyone. The inquiry is resumed. Just take that message away. Thank you. Now, before we start examination, are there any housekeeping matters, please?
Sir, yes, good morning. After Mr. Cafferty finishes evidence in chief, particularly at the end in response to your final question, sir, you noticed there was something you wanted to clarify in terms of this issue of the projection you asked about. I'm wondering if it would be helpful to ask him just to do that before he goes into cross-examination. It won't take very long at all.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, so I'd like to draw your attention to PDF 116 in the DAS.
CDC 11, sir.
And
just bear with me. I'm on a paper copy. So is it the same page number?
It's no, it's 229. If you're
Thank you.
The printed version. That's the version I've got, but it shows you two technical details at the bottom of the page. Okay, so sorry, my mistake. I misinterpreted the detail. There is a very slight projection. The SWAP team had technical advice that they would be able to achieve a projection of 25 millimeters without it becoming a technical issue around weathering. So they wanted to just, in order to further express in that very subtle way the horizontality, they elected, I thought it was, I'd interpreted it before as just a shadow gap detail, but it's a movement joint, thereby a shadow gap and a 25 millimeter projection. Now, I think that it's quite important actually, because again, I think a lot of our argument is about subtlety and reinterpretation and contemporary idioms being about, effective but subtle design measures. And therefore, I'd like to just show you that and how that can be important in reference to Brooke House. So can I just take you in that respect to my inquiry presentation and PDF 15.
Yes, I'm there. Thank you.
So that's the view that we've seen many times in evidence. That's the view of East Walk. And I'd just like to draw your attention to the distance of the view. I'd like to draw your attention to the expressed horizontality you can see in Brooke House. It's quite marked for that distance. And I'd like to just draw your attention to the colouring of the fenestration bands. It's all generally quite light. And the darker components there, I think, are actually the windows. Now, I'd like to then take you back to PDF 13, so two PDFs back. And there you actually see a view from a similar distance along Town Square. And I'd like you to observe Brooke House. And I hope you will agree with me that the pronounced horizontality is gone. So everything else is characteristic about that, but the horizontality is gone. And if you now just move forward to PDF 14, you'll see why it's gone. So the vertical panels, sir, between the windows have now been coloured dark. Now that very subtle change to the elevation, i.e. painting of quite small vertical panels, has essentially lost the horizontal emphasis of the building from those distant views. Now, I would suggest that in this view you're looking at now, the horizontality is still there. So at close range, you still see the horizontality. But at distance, that very, very subtle change, and as I say, this is my point, is design is often about subtle devices, but the horizontality has been lost. So if the council's argument is about the importance of the verticality, the horizontality of the facade treatment, then it really should be painting those vertical panels white or a light colour. And that concludes, but just to therefore, it's all about just re-emphasising the importance of that subtle difference.
Thank you. That's helpful. I had in my preparation seen the section that you drew my attention to in the DAS, but I wanted to be perfectly clear in terms of the degree of projection, and that confirmation of 25 millimeters helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't make that clear yesterday, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything further before I invite Mr. Edwards to begin cross-examination? If not, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Edwards, for the circulation of the document list. I've got most of them downloaded. I had got some others ready, but I suffered a technical hitch at 9:29 and I've not managed to recover those. So I may just need a few moments on one or two, but we'll see how we progress anyway. So I think you're scheduled for about 2.5 hours. If we aim at a convenient opportunity to break round about 11 o'clock, depending upon where you are in a particular topic.
Thank you. Yes, of course, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, Mr. Cafferty.
Good morning, Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Cafferty, I hope the list of documents that I circulated electronically this morning has made its way to you.
Yes, and I have them available in a range of either IT or hard copy devices.
Good. Well, you're in the same position as me then. So if you have any difficulty in putting your hand to any of those documents, just let me know and we'll pause to allow you to turn to them. Mr. Cafferty, there are a range of topics, unsurprisingly, that I'd like your help with, and it may be helpful to you and others if I just identify what those topics are at the outset.
Yes, please.
We'll go through them one by one. There are 9 topics, and those are these. Firstly, your involvement in the appeal scheme. Topic 2, Basildon Town Centre and the appeal site, current and proposed. Topic 3, Brook House. Topic 4, St Martin's Square. Topic 5, scheme evolution. Topic 6, height. Topic 7, the wider townscape. Topic 8, elevational treatment. And topic 9, good design and residential amenity. And Mr. Cafferty, depending on how we go in some of the earlier topics, some of those topics towards the end of that list may be subsumed in matters that we've already discussed. But other than that, we'll run through them one by one. So, topic 1, your involvement. Mr. Cafferty, you are not the scheme architect, are you?
That is correct.
The scheme architect, as you confirm in your proof of evidence, is Mr. Ward of Swap Architects.
Is also correct.
Thank you. And it is Mr. Ward and his practice that were responsible for the scheme evolution,
Right.
responsible for the production of the application plans and drawings,
Right.
and responsible for the production of the design and access statement.
Correct.
The inquiry is not hearing any evidence, oral or written, from Mr. Ward, is it?
That is my understanding.
And therefore there is no evidence before the inquiry from the scheme architect in response to the council's reason for refusal or its evidence presented to the inquiry.
That's correct.
Thank you. Can we turn please to your proof of evidence on page 11 and paragraph 2 in particular. And in paragraph 2 in the first sentence, you say that you were not involved directly in the design of the appeal scheme. Did you have any involvement professionally, Mr. Cafferty, in the evolution of the appeal scheme and its ultimate design? Sorry?
No, I have not, no involvement.
Thank you. When did you first become professionally involved in respect to this appeal scheme?
When I was approached to carry out this role as a witness for the design matters.
Okay, so that was presumably after the appellant had appealed against the non-determination of the application by the council, is it? Yeah.
Would clearly be the case, yes.
And Mr. Cafferty, it follows from that then that you were not involved in any of the process of auctioneering in respect of the scheme?
I was not involved. I've obviously seen an extensive range of auctioneering in the scheme as I've investigated the design process and the design, the information that obviously has been made available to me through SWAP.
Yes, of course, and we're going to come to that in due course as one of the later topics, Mr. Cafferty. You were not therefore involved in any pre-application discussions with the council or any other consultee? And you were not present at the the quality review panel meeting in which the appeal scheme together with other schemes within the town centre was reviewed?
That's correct, but I clearly understand the process very well, having attended many myself.
Of course, thank you. Have you seen Mr. Ward's instructions, Mr. Cafferty?
His letter of instruction or his appointment on the project?
Well, either. Can I perhaps be a little more specific to help you answering the question that that I'd like your help with? Have you seen any letter of formal appointment or instruction given to Mr. Ward by the appellant indicating the form of development that it sought to achieve on the appeal site? No, thank you. So on that basis, Mr. Cafferty, you were not able to assist the inquiry with what instructions were given to Mr. Ward by the appellant in relation to matters such as the quantum or form of development on the appeal side, are you?
I am not able to confirm the details of any such contractual appointment matters.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. That concludes topic 1, Mr. Cafferty. Topic 2, please. Basildon Town Centre, the appeal site, current and proposed. Mr. Cafferty, there's been discussion already at the inquiry concerning the history of the development of Basildon as a new town, and that's all well rehearsed. It is, as I understand it, however, Mr. Cafferty, common ground between the appellant and the local planning authority that Basildon Town Centre still displays elements of character that are consistent with its original concept.
I think that's a true statement. It still displays some characteristics that are true to its original concept.
Including characteristics that are consistent with the international and modernist movement which influenced that original concept.
I think that is correct also, and but I think also that clearly in many parts of the town, much of that has also been eroded. So I think it's a case in part, as you quite rightly say.
Thank you. Can we then please look at the approach that you have taken in reviewing the scheme to the character of Basildon Town Centre and its original concept? So can we turn to your proof of evidence at page 51, that's printed page 51.
And there.
And can we look please together on page 51 at paragraph 69 of your proof? And if you have paragraph 69, Mr. Cafferty, about halfway down that paragraph, you begin a sentence in this way. There is, however, much to be taken from the undoubted qualities that represent the essence of Basildon's modernist architecture. And in your view, SWAP architects have done exactly that. Now, can I just be clear, Mr. Cafferty? I take it from that, firstly, that you recognise that there are, in your words, undoubted qualities within Basildon Town Centre?
I think you take that correctly.
Yeah. And secondly, those undoubted qualities represent, in your words, the essence of Basildon's modernist architecture.
Yes, I think that's also true.
We will debate between us because there is an issue about how successful SWAP architects have been in respecting those particular qualities. But there is no doubt from what you say in that paragraph of your evidence, Mr. Cafferty, that you recognise that any approach to redevelopment of the appeal site should have regard to those undoubted qualities and seek to respect them.
And indeed, that is the case with almost every site that an architect seeks to address when entering a design process.
Well, the reason I asked that question, Mr. Cafferty, was looking at the totality of the evidence before the inquiry from both the appellant and indeed the Rule 6 parties, it may well be thought that in some way the Basildon is so degraded as a townscape that there is very little that requires consideration or respect. But plainly, from what you say in paragraph 69 of your evidence and what you've confirmed, that is not your position, is it?
So I don't think we've ever said that there is nothing to be taken from Basildon. I think we are very acknowledging that there is a great deal to be taken from Basildon, but we do also recognise now that in many senses the existing buildings have failed. They fail in a number of ways, but probably most importantly, they are failing to create a good place.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm very grateful for that response and that confirmation, Mr. Cafferty. Can we turn then just to one or two matters relating to that existing character and undoubted qualities as you see them? Could we look together, please, at Mr. Harris's appendices, and in particular Appendix 1?
Excuse me. Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Cafferty, this document has been referred to briefly earlier in the inquiry. It's the heritage statement that was prepared by consultants appointed on behalf of the appellant. You got it? Yeah, excellent. And it's dated, we can see from the frontispiece, October 2021. Can we just look, please, together at paragraphs 2.4 and 2.5, both of which are on page 9 of the printed document?
So the document I'm referring to here is July 2020. Have I got the wrong one?
You may well have. It's Mr. Harris's appendices, Appendix 1.
Appendix 1. Okay. Looking out.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it's it should have the date October 2021 on the frontispiece.
That's correct.
Yeah, good, excellent, good. Can we turn to page 9 then, please?
Page 9.
And can we just pick up two references on page 9, and I'd then be grateful for your acknowledgement that you agree with them. Paragraph 2.4, please, halfway through the paragraph. There's a sentence that begins, it was started in 1956 and inaugurated in 1962, and then there's a quotation. In spite of some remodelling and extension, it's still surprisingly faithful to its original conception of a traffic-free pedestrian shopping precinct lying within an inner ring road for access to the rear of the shops and peripheral car parks. And you can see, Mr. Cafferty, that is a quotation from Pevsner. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it goes on in the next paragraph. The Buildings of England describe the original portion as remarkably well preserved. And this comprises long and spacious town square and an ensemble of low-rise buildings on both sides, including the appeal site. Now, I take it, Mr. Cafferty, you do not disagree with the observations made by Pevsner and then recorded in this heritage statement that, in particular, that the central portion or the original portion of the town centre is remarkably well preserved.
I would suggest that it's perhaps now somewhat less preserved than the date at which Pevsner made that quotation. It's clearly quite a great deal has happened. However, I think we do agree that the area around Brooke House in particular, does allow Brooke House to carry out the function that it was intended to do.
Right, and we'll come to that in a moment. The Pevsner extract was referred to, as we can see from footnotes, in 2007, and it was quoted in a heritage statement submitted on behalf of the appellant in October of this year without qualification, wasn't it, Mr. Cafferty?
But I think it's fair to say a quote carried out at a certain time cannot be maintained in perpetuity, can it? It was made about the town centre at the time.
Mr. Cafferty, we're going to come to other parts of this in due course, but can I just come back to the question I put to you? That quotation from Pesman was included in a heritage statement prepared and submitted on behalf of the appellant in October 2021 without qualification.
I note it was made without qualification, but I still maintain my own view that it can only be relevant to the time that it was made.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We'll come back to that in a moment in terms of what the authors of this document say their assessment is. Can we turn then please to the DAS, CD C11. And would you turn within it please to printed page 116. And on page 116 is section 5 of the DAS, which is a section concerning proposed massing. Do you see that, Mr. Cafferty?
Yes, so are you at 5.3 massing framework?
Well, I'm on page 116, which should have the subheading on the top left-hand corner, 5.0 proposed massing, 5.2 height and density.
I think this goes back to the issue that I had earlier on, that we're 2 pages different. So I subtract 2 every time. So perhaps Mr. Cafferty needs to do as well.
So my page 116 is 5.3 massing framework. Are you saying
It's
subtract 2 pages 114 height and density?
114 height and density.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see if I can help you, Mr. Cafferty. Page 116, as I have it, maybe your page 114, has the heading proposed massing, height and density, and the paragraph beneath the subheading begins, whilst much of the existing urban fabric is.
We're there.
Yeah. What page is that, by the way, in your proof, in your version?
It's 114 because I think with these bound copies, what happens is the binding adds an extra 2 pages.
Okay, right. Okay, excellent. Right, so we'll subtract 2 for your and the inspector's version as we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, we are where we need to be. Can we just look together, please, at the text under that subheading, height and density? Whilst much of the existing urban fabric is relatively low scale, there are 2 notable clusters of height. The first comprises Brook House and Great Oaks House, standing the equivalent of 16 and 11 stories respectively, and the second is around the station. And we'll come back to those clusters in a moment if we need to, Mr. Cafferty. The general observation that we see there, that the existing urban fabric is relatively low scale. That statement included in the appellant's DAS is a statement that you would agree with, Mr. Cafferty, wouldn't you?
I would agree with it, but I think the important word there is much.
Okay. Well, no, then what was your reason for drawing attention to that, Mr. Cafferty?
Because it's not continuous, and therefore the fact that it's not continuous means that its character has been already fundamentally changed in certain ways.
Well, right, Mr. Cafferty. As a general statement, much of the existing urban fabric is relatively low scale. It's taken stages. You agree with that, subject to that qualification, much?
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed. And that statement, much of the existing urban fabric is relatively low scale, is part of the existing character of Basildon Town Centre, isn't it?
It's part of the existing character, yes.
Very much indeed. And just to say, coming back to it, as far as these clusters are concerned, the notable clusters, Brook House and Great Oaks House, and the area around the station, I mean, no doubt you've read the evidence to be given by Mr. Jackson. Have you, Mr. Cafferty?
Generally, yes.
And as far as Great Oaks House is concerned, and as far as the area around the station is concerned, he describes those areas as being, that's the right word actually, it's peripheral so far as the core of the town centre is concerned. And you don't give any evidence contrary to Mr. Jackson's view in that regard, do you?
I haven't given any evidence in particular in townscape matters. I am very clearly of the view, and I've expressed the view that the town can and will benefit from in increasing scale and marking in the zone between the town centre and the station.
Okay, thank you. And we are definitely going to come back to that as one of the later topics, Mr. Jackson. So just hold that thought for the time being. Good. All right. Now, so far as the appeal site is concerned, the form of development on the appeal site dates from the original construction of Basildon Town Centre, doesn't it?
Yes, it was one of the earlier blocks, wasn't it?
Thank you very much indeed. And if we can go, please, to the heritage assessment, which forms part of the environmental statement. It's CDC 14 and was one of the documents listed in the email that I sent this morning. So do you have that? If it helps, it's C14, which is the technical appendices to the environmental statement, and appendix 8.2, which begins on electronic page 212.
Is that the other heritage statement you were trying
May
to?
well be. It's the July 2020 heritage document that you referred to.
That's the one I had earlier. Yes, thank you.
So that's part of the environmental statement, please. Can we turn within that document, firstly, to paragraph 3.18, which is internal page 14, and I think electronic page 227.
I'm there.
Good. Paragraph 3.18, under the subheading existing conditions. The site was one of the first elements of the original master plan to be built, and the backdrop to the social hub at the time and the market at Market Square. The row of shops numbered 2 to 76 Town Square formed part of the town centre's original shopping block when completed in the late 1958 and was occupied by ironmongers. And then 3.19, Basildon today is very much a product of its recent history. It's in need of investment and it's much neglected. However, it still retains features and buildings that provide important references to history and development. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if we then go down, please, to paragraph 3.25, which is 2 pages on internal page 17.
Yep.
The existing development on the site is very much part of the original comprehensive scheme, but it's in a poor state of repair. Now, those observations about the history of the introduction of development on the appeal site and its conformity with the original comprehensive scheme for Basildon Town Centre are again observations that you don't disagree with, Mr. Cafferty, do you?
I don't disagree with anything that's written here. However, I think it's also important to consider that the site as it is now is a sad and neglected place. I don't think that's a product of a lack of maintenance. It's a product of a lack of place and a lack of people in the town centre, meaning that the shop fronts are empty. There's no viable prospect of them being full and the place being regenerated without the type of scheme that we were referring to in this appeal.
Well, Mr. Cafferty, as you are well aware, there is no opposition from the council in principle to the redevelopment of the site. The point perhaps that may be relevant is that the appeal site in its current form, that is a 3 to 4 story development, was introduced as part of and is consistent with the original comprehensive scheme for Basildon Town Centre and reflects what was originally intended, doesn't it?
That is, in fact, that is of course the case, but also in the same way, Brook House was not part of that original concept. So one could be arguing the same argument I think you're going to make in regards to Brook House.
Well, we'll come to Brook House in the next topic in a moment, Mr. Cafferty. Just reserve your position on that. But if I can then just bring these points together. The appeal site in its current form reflects what was intended as part of the original concept for the town centre. Agreed?
That it's the existing building that was created at that time. I think that's irrefutable.
Thank you. And the original concept for the appeal site, as manifest through the building that is still present on the appeal site, is essentially a building that conforms to what much of the character of the town centre reflects, which is a 3 to 4 story building, low-rise building.
Yes, unlike Brook House.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. And then the proposal, please. The proposal comprises a series of buildings which at its highest would be 17 stories at its northwest corner.
That is correct.
The absolute height of the tallest proportion of the proposed scheme is, as we understand it, 56.45 metres above ground level. Do you recognise that figure?
I understand that's the correct figure.
Thank you very much indeed. And that would involve a building that is actually taller than Brook House, wouldn't it?
Yes, that is in fact the case, and it's an interesting product of the fact that Brook House as a building has substandard floor to ceiling heights, and because it's a building of its era built to standards that would not be accepted now. But essentially, it's 14 stories sat on a 3-story pilotis, so in effect 17 stories. The same as the highest element of the appeal scheme. And so the additional height is just a product of today's standards.
Thank you very much indeed. Perhaps we can be a little bit more specific about this, Mr. Cafferty. As far as Brook House is concerned, it is indeed 14 stories above the framework, or the pilotis, I think it's called in technical terms, that rises from ground level. The top of the 14th story is, as I understand and instructed, 46.02 metres above ground level. There is a roof enclosure at the top of Brook House, which takes the overall height of the structure up to 50.160 metres. Again, are those figures broadly that you're familiar with, Mr. Cafferty?
I see no reason to dispute them.
Okay. So on that basis, then, the absolute height of the tallest part of the appeal scheme at 56.45 metres is in the order of 6 metres, approximately above the highest point on Brook House at 50.160 metres.
Yes, and I believe that to be appropriate in the context of the kind of marker role that a 21st century town should be taking in addressing its appropriate landmarking location.
Thank you. I understand your approach, and we'll come to that in the next topic, Mr. Cafferty. Then just to be clear, it is, I think, common ground between us arising from the discussion that we've had on this topic in terms of the original concept for the appeal site and what is now proposed, that you would accept that there is nothing in any of the historic evidence to suggest that a building of up to 17 stories was ever contemplated as part of the original concept for Basildon Town Centre on the appeal site.
Sorry, could you just express that again? It was quite a long sentence.
It was a very long sentence. Let me try again. There is no suggestion, is there, or evidence that you point to, Mr. Cafferty, that indicates that a building of up to 17 stories on the appeal site was ever part of the original concept for Basildon Town Centre.
So you're referring there to the original new town concept?
Yeah, whether the late 1950s or the 1960s adjustment when Brook House came in, on neither of those occasions, in terms of the evolution of the concept, was a 17-story building ever proposed on the appeal site.
So I think that's clearly an appropriate statement to make. I think that is the case. However, I think there is nothing to suggest also that a building on the appeal scheme site wouldn't be appropriate in exactly the same way. And I believe if they were adding Brook House today rather than 2 years after the original concept, they would have added it in the location of the appeal scheme site, not where it is currently sited.
Thank you. Right. So we're going to come on to Brook House in a moment. And essentially, Mr. Cafferty, the inspector can properly record that if the appeal scheme is successful in securing planning permission, it would involve the introduction of what would become the tallest building in Basildon Town Centre, wouldn't it?
It would involve the introduction of a building which appropriately landmarked the town in an appropriate way for the 21st century, yes.
Mr. Cafferty, you've been very good so far. Answer my question.
My answer to your question is yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Cafferty, can we turn then to topic 3, which is Brook House? Firstly, the issue of the original intention with regard to Brook House, singularity or part of the first in a group of tall buildings. Can we just seek to find out what the position of the appellant is on this matter? And I noticed that you've made some comments yourself in your written and oral evidence about this. Now, in order to see where we stand, can we turn back, please, to Mr. Harris's appendices, Appendix 1. Which is Mr. Chris Griffiths' heritage statement on behalf of the appellant and in support of the appeal. So Appendix 1, please, page 11, internal page 11.
Page 11. 2.10 or thereabouts?
Yeah, it should have, first main paragraph is 2.8.
Yes.
Are you there, Mr. Cafferty?
I am indeed there.
Okay. Can we just pick up one or two references on this page to see if it assists on this point of singularity and original intention? 2.8, it was, this is Brook House that's being referred to, the only tall building to form part of the original new town plan and was designed to stand out from its surroundings.
That is stated there. We do know that that's not correct, but it is stated there.
Well, hang on, Mr. Cafferty. This is a heritage statement that was submitted in October this year by the appellant in support of its appeal. Are you saying to the inspector that what's set out in here is wrong?
Well, I'm suggesting that we know that Brook House was added. So that's maybe something that we know it wasn't a part of the original master plan, don't we?
Well, we certainly, well, Mr. Cafferty, yes, all right. We know that Brook House was introduced in 1962 as a revision to the original.
And that's the only point I'm making.
I see, all right. So the second part of the sentence at 2.8, that Brook House was designed to stand out from its surroundings, that is a statement that you don't disagree with, Mr. Cafferty, do you?
I have essentially made the comment myself. It was designed to be a marker primarily for those arriving by motor car.
Thank you. All right. 2.12 then, please, on the same page. Brook House was designed with the intention of being a high-status building and an architectural landmark that demonstrated innovation and a new way of living. At 160 feet in height, it provided a much-needed focal point and visual accent in an otherwise low-rise development. It is entirely urban in its appearance and purpose, intended as an act very much like a church spire, insofar as it is a waymarker in the tradition of a stadkrone, pointing out the location of the town centre. Stadkrone, I think, is city crown translated. But again, as far as that observation is concerned, again, with regard to the purpose of Brook House as being the building to define Basildon Town Centre, that's part of the appellant's case. And again, I take it that you don't disagree with that assessment, Mr. Cafferty.
While I don't disagree, I also note that Brook House was the first, whether it was a recognition of a mistake, but clearly we all know that the lack of residential function in a town centre is something that we must resolve in our society today. And it also reflects the introduction of residential functionality and thereby introducing verticality. So it's not only designed to, it's designed as to reflect the fact that form follows function, but yes, it clearly was designed as a marker building.
Right, and it designed and intended as the building to define.
I don't. Again, you're going to point out the fact that if I'm disagreeing with this, I don't necessarily accept that it was designed to be the only tall building that Basildon would ever have. I don't think any city planner or architect would ever conceive that to be the case, especially in the in the new town era, where boldness and vision was at the forefront of architects' minds, when they cared very little for context and they swept all before them to create the bold new vision that Basildon was. So I don't think that would suggest that that Brook House would always be the building.
Well, we have what the Heritage Advisor on behalf of the appellant suggests was the original intention and purpose of Brook House. Now, leaving aside the history of this for a moment, Mr. Cafferty, let's just look at Brook House now in the current townscape of Basildon. And I noticed as a preface to these series of questions that some evidence that you gave yesterday afternoon was that Brook House did have a singularity. It did exist, but that has been eroded. And you said it doesn't.
You use the term singularity. I think I did.
I certainly noted that, Mr. Cafferty.
I'm not sure if I mentioned the word singularity,
Right.
and if I did, it was perhaps in a different sense than you're interpreting it.
All right. Well, look, I don't want to. Your evidence is what your evidence is. Let me just go to take what I took from your evidence yesterday, and if you want to clarify it or correct my note, then please do that. I understood that you referred to the Brook House having a singularity, which did exist, but that has now been eroded. You used the word eroded and does not exist to the same degree now. And then you went on to say that for a 21st century townscape, the tower is in the wrong place and the markers should be at the station. That was the series of points that you raised yesterday.
I think that would be the accepted urban design perspective of that, yes. And I think the word I maybe used was prominence rather than singularity, and I certainly don't deny that to be the fact.
Thank you very much indeed. All right. Well,
The word single was certainly mentioned. Whether it was singularity, I've got Brook House became a single anchor. Singularity, not so much today.
no.
I'm happy for the point to be put, Mr. Cafferty, to clarify as necessary.
As I say, the word singularity maybe is suggestive of a long-term ambition of such singularity. I don't believe that was ever the intention. If my language failed me, then that's what it was.
I understand.
I mean, I think for my part, I understand the evidence you've given, Mr. Cafferty, and we can proceed on the basis of that common understanding. Anyway, so far as Brook House now is concerned in its fashion, forgive me for being slightly trite in these questions, but Brook House is where it is, isn't it?
I'm not going to dispute that.
And it is. It is where it's always been, It is where it's always been, Mr. Cafferty.
It is where it's been since it was built.
Yeah, and it is where it was intended to be.
Indeed, as a clear reflection of the society that existed at that time.
Yeah, and it is and remains the singular tall building within the core of Basildon Town Centre.
I disagree with that because there are clearly other tall elements within the town centre.
Yeah. Cafferty, can I put the question to you again? It is and remains the singular tall building in the core of Basildon Town Centre.
Could you help me with your definition of the core?
Yes, the core means the area of the town centre that doesn't comprise the periphery. And I put it straightforwardly to you, Mr. Cafferty. Other evidence to be given on behalf of the appellant, including Mr. Jackson, refers to taller buildings in Basildon Town Centre, including around Great Oaks House and including around the station. And those are expressly described as being peripheral areas. So if you exclude the area around Great Oaks and you exclude the area around the station as being peripheral, that leaves the core. And therefore, Brook House is, I think you would agree, because it's a matter of fact, the singular existing tall building in the core. So
I think your definition of the core is effectively a zonal one, but I think my perspective and all that is that the whole of the town centre that has not already done so is in a process of moving towards the station as it would not naturally do in a 21st century environment. So I think essentially the core as you're describing it of the environment of the house, I consider perhaps in that sense of the core to be somewhat smaller. The real core needs to evolve with society.
I understand your point, Mr. Cafferty, and you've made it clear that you say that eventually there ought to be a shift, a greater degree of height and prominence to the area around the train station. We may come to that in a moment. However, as far as the current position is concerned, if you assume for the moment the area around the station is not part of the core, it's part of the peripheral area, as described by other witnesses, Brook House is and remains the singular tall building in the existing core of the town centre, doesn't it?
Let's say in the very centre of the town, yes.
Thank you, I'll take that, thank you. All right, can we then just go please to one or two other references concerning the existing function of Brook House? And can we start with your proof of evidence on page 17? And when you have page 17, Mr. Cafferty, it's paragraph 12 where you're addressing Town Square. Just tell me when you're there, Mr. Cafferty.
No.
Yeah, good. Just a little above halfway down that page, you refer to, let's pick it up at the end of the fourth line. The square, this town square, forms the setting for the Grade 2 listed Brook House, which is the tallest building built within the original master plan, designed by Sir Basil Spence to act as a central pinnacle and visual wayfinding point within the new town, with the building hovering over the adjacent buildings. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And I take it from that, Mr. Cafferty, that you obviously accept, as indeed we've seen in other evidence that I put to you a few moments ago, that the original intention of Brook House was, as you say, to act as a central pinnacle and visual wayfinding point.
Yes, I accept that. I've written it.
Thank you, good. Can we then please, with that thought in mind, go back to Mr. Harris's first appendix, which is the heritage statement, and pick up 4 references, please. So, Mr. Harris's appendix 1, could you turn first to paragraph 2.17?
Yes.
And we can see at 2.17, under a subheading, the setting of Brook House and the importance of views towards the bottom of the page.
I see that.
And, the author of the assessment says this: there is no denying the powerful presence of Brook House in relation to Town Square and East Square, which it was designed to dominate, complement and captivate. In view of the low-rise character of the existing buildings around Town Square in particular, this dominating effect remains intact. So again, that's it is in the context plainly of a heritage statement, Mr. Cafferty, but it's an observation, isn't it, about the current relationship of and contribution of Brook House to the townscape, including that it was intended to have a dominating and captivating effect, and that because of the low-rise character of existing buildings around it, it continues to do so.
So forgive me again quibbling with language, but I believe, and it maybe is slightly contrary to what is said here, is I don't believe buildings are ever designed to dominate. I believe there's a hierarchy in built form, and I believe Brook House was designed to be the dominant element in that original vision to those spaces, yes. But I think being the dominant element and dominating is 2 very different things.
Well, there may be a nuanced language point there, Mr. Cafferty. We can see what the heritage consultant says in that respect. But even if you substitute dominating with sort of main influence, as it were, or something of that nature, you would accept the sentiment that's expressed in that paragraph in terms of the relationship of Brook House to its surroundings.
I would accept the fact that it was meant to be the dominant element in the visual hierarchy to the space, to especially that end of Town Square and East Square at that time, yes.
Thank you very much indeed. Good, thank you. And then if we can turn please on in the document to paragraph 220, which is on page 16. And we can pick this point up, I think, shortly, Mr. Cafferty, in light of the reference I've taken you to a moment ago in your answer. But in paragraph 2.20, in summary, Brook House is very much a focus of the town centre, historically acting as a waymarker and by far the most prominent and visible feature associated within the development. There are currently a small number of other tall buildings close by, including the 11-storey building to the north, 10-storey building to the southwest, that's the Icon, but Brook House is still easily the most prominent at 14 stories above a very tall base, being equivalent to a 16-story tower. Again, it's pretty much the same point, Mr. Cafferty, isn't it? As far as
Mr. Edwards, can I just interject slightly? I mean, you did miss out the word original there, and I think original is quite important in that sentence.
Well, that was an oversight. That wasn't intentional, Mr. Cafferty. Yes, okay, the first sentence does say the most prominent and visible feature associated with the original development.
And yeah, I'm just trying to differentiate. I mean, I know the subject matter is around the original conception, but clearly it's an important issue to consider what was then and what is now.
Well, Mr. Cafferty, do you disagree with the first sentence, paragraph 2.20? Brook House is very much a focus of the town centre. I don't expect you do you?
I think it's certainly a focus from what maybe you've described as the core of the town centre. As we all know that from various locations around the town, the Brook House is barely seen, and never mind being the focus.
Thank you. Good. Can we then carry on, please, to the next page, paragraph 2.22. The site, and we're talking here, or the author of this document is talking here about the appeal site, in its current form contributes positively to the building setting by virtue of its contemporary character and low stature in relation to Brook House. This serves to accentuate the height and primacy.
Mr. Edwards, it says in relation to Town Square, not in relation to Brook House.
Oh, sorry. Forgive me. Let me start again, Mr. Cafferty. The site in its current form contributes positively to the building setting by virtue of its contemporary character and low stature in relation to Town Square. This serves to accentuate the height and primacy of Brook House as the centrepiece of Basildon's new town centre as originally conceived and executed.
Yes, and the last bit is obviously very important, isn't it?
Well,
originally conceived.
Yeah, you may say so. We'll come to that in a moment, Mr. Cafferty. But as far as the current position is concerned in relation to the contribution of the appeal site to Brook House setting, in its current form, it contributes positively. And that's the assessment that's made. And again, I don't understand that you disagree with that assessment, Mr. Cafferty.
I, at a personal level, I probably would slightly disagree with that. I think it currently provides a backdrop in the same way as maybe other buildings did, but in the sense of contributes positively, I'm not entirely convinced that is the case. But I think what I recognise is that's what's said there on that heritage statement.
Yes, thank you very much, Lee. And in terms of the current form that the author of the heritage statement plainly has regard to in reaching that conclusion, that current form would include the scale and height of the buildings on the appeal site at 3 to 4 stories, wouldn't it?
Again, in relation to that original conception, obviously it was the original master plan. The entirety of the development of the site was 3 to 4 stories. Obviously, when Brook House was introduced as a secondary element of the concept to introduce some residential component and to create to create a kind of focal point at the heart of the town at that stage. So I think that the current form, and if we talk about the current form in terms of today, the current form, I think the point there is the current form that he's making was the current form is the original form. At the original time, it was certainly part of that conception. Clearly, the current form of the area, including the buildings across Town Square, have manifestly changed since that time.
Yeah, well, Mr. Cafferty, I mean, the inspector can read the words that are used there. The site in its current form contributes positively, and part of that current form is the low-rise nature of the form and scale of development on the appeal site, isn't it? It's a statement to the blindingly obvious.
As you say, the inspector is able to read that paragraph. I would just like to point out that I think that the current form there is in relation to it being in its original form, and therefore the relationship was with the original concept rather than what's there today, or certainly within the surroundings today.
Well, there we are. The inspector can form his own view as to what the message conveyed in that paragraph. Then let's then conclude matters, please. Can we look at paragraph 2.23 and 2.24 on the same page?
Yes.
They're quite long paragraphs, Mr. Cafferty, relatively. So can I just invite you just to reread those paragraphs to yourself for a moment?
Yes.
Mr. Cafferty, plainly, we're not dealing here with heritage impact. We are, however, considering the question of the contribution of Brook House to the townscape, to its character and appearance, and the impact of the proposed development on it. And we can see there, can't we, Mr. Cafferty, and I take it again, because this is part of the appellant's case, you would not disagree with it, a conclusion that the proposed development would cause the building, that's Brook House's preeminence and landmark quality, to be eroded. And also, in paragraph 2.24, it is recorded that whilst Brook House would no longer be the singular iconic tall building within the town centre, as a result of the appeal scheme, that would be perceived as an erosion of heritage values. I'm not worried about heritage values, but a recognition that Brook House would no longer be the single iconic tall building within the town centre. Now, again, I take it, Mr. Cafferty, that you do not disagree with those two observations made by the heritage consultant for the appellant.
So what I think, obviously, in this context, is that the heritage consultant is taking a particular view and looking at the proposal from a very kind of particular perspective, and heritage and obviously townscape and heritage sit very closely side by side. Now, you I'm sure appreciate my view is that at a distance of 125 to 200 metres from Brook House, at either ends of Town Square, the massing of the two configurations form a very appropriate massing solution for a 21st century town. But I don't think it's also me on my own that's making that assessment. And I think in every development there are impacts. That's always going to be the case, and it's quite normal. And those impacts are recognised here, but those have been evaluated by planning officers, the original council administration, master plan team, townscape consultants, quality review panel, Historic England, SWAP architects, and me, and all of those people really believe the solution to be appropriate, and understanding those impacts and all the townscape considerations out of a balanced view that the proposals are appropriate.
That's all very interesting, but the inspector also has, doesn't he, the assessment of the heritage consultant for the appellant, whose conclusion is, as we can see it there set out in black and white, that the proposal would cause the preeminence of Brook House and landmark quality to be eroded, and that the result will be that Brook House will no longer be the singular iconic tall building within the town centre. That's part of the appellant's case, and that is a matter that the inspector can have regard to, can't he?
That is, of course, correct, but I would obviously point out that any tall building anywhere within the town centre or the periphery of the circular road network would therefore fall foul of the same statement. So that would mean that at no stage in the future can you put any tall building anywhere within Basildon town centre if you follow that through.
Well, Mr. Cafferty, you provoked me. Is that right? What's proposed here, as we've already agreed, is a building at its tallest point within the appeal site that will be 6 metres taller than Brook House. Presumably, it seems to follow as a matter of common sense that a building that is of a lesser height, albeit taller than the existing datum within Basildon Town Centre, is likely to have a less damaging effect on the iconic nature, preeminence and landmark quality of Brook House, isn't it? It's all matters of degree.
So I think I would differ with you there slightly, because I think, and following Mr. Lowndes' line of argument, essentially the moment you break the horizontality of the form, you are detracting from the character. So I think your statement is incorrect in many ways. Obviously, to some extent, it's correct because it would still be lower than Brooke House. But the discussion has largely, in large part, been about character. If you break the unremitting horizontality, I think it's been described somewhere, with any vertical form that goes above it, then clearly you alter that character.
Well, I mean, ultimately, it's a matter for the inspector, and the inspector obviously has a scheme before him. But I think from the answer that you've given, Mr. Cafferty, I think that you would accept that if one of the matters of consideration is the landmark quality, the preeminence, the iconic nature of Brooke House as part of the townscape, a building that is lower than Brooke House and certainly lower than the tallest part of the appeal scheme is likely not to have such an acute effect in terms of diluting those characteristics of Brooke House and contribution to the townscape.
I think the specific height would be one of the characteristics that would affect it. And again, I think I'm reluctant to use the term singularity, because I fundamentally believe that it's possible for the town centre to have different landmarking elements like the appeal scheme does. But for example, if we created a 12-storey building, or a building that was 2 or 3 stories lower than Brooke House, but made it bright orange, I think it would be, you know, equally imposing on maybe the dominance of Brooke House. So the height is not the sole measure of what creates dominance within a visual landscape.
I don't think anyone can possibly disagree with that, Mr. Cafferty, but nobody's going to be suggesting that any building of a lesser height that was introduced on the appeal scheme would be painted bright orange or would otherwise have appropriate elevational treatment to respect its surroundings, are they?
I'm merely just pointing out that I think that height is just one of the issues that let's say draws the attention of someone in the town centre.
Thank you, Mr. Cafferty. Can we then move on, please, to topic 3, which is broadly the effect on St. Martin's Square? Now, can I come back to a point that you raised a number of times, and I said I would come back to, which is what you see as a sort of urban design objective for the future of the town centre and what the appeal is seeking to contribute towards it. Perhaps the way to focus this is turn to your architectural presentation. If you can do that, please, and turn within it to page 19.
That's PDF 19 in the...
It's PDF page 19, yeah. And if we look on page 19 at the image on the left-hand side of the page and focus for a moment on that part of the appeal scheme in its northwest corner, so it's the tallest block. You there?
I am.
And we can just see the way this image has been annotated by reference to that block, where there's a caption, landmark and town centre focus. Do you see that? Yeah. And Mr. Cafferty, I've taken it from that, and indeed from other evidence that you've given both today and yesterday, that one of the objectives that is sought to be achieved through the appeal scheme, and in particular, the northwest corner of the appeal scheme, the highest part of the scheme, in other words, is to introduce a building which is a landmark.
Yes.
And to introduce a building... Sorry, Mr. Cafferty, I talked across you.
Yes, I was saying it's acting as a landmark. That's correct.
Thank you. And also, I take it from that caption and what you've said in your evidence, particularly this morning, to essentially move the focus of the town centre further to the west and towards the railway station. Again, is that part of the urban design objective that has informed this appeal scheme?
I think the broad urban design principles that governs design in today's society would promote the landmarking of the town adjacent to the railway station, rather than for the functionality of being there to assist people driving motor cars.
So I think essentially the answer to my question is yes, then, is it?
Essentially, yes.
Right, indeed. And I also, if we can just run through the points. So we have introduce a landmark.
Yeah.
I'm going to use the word for shorthand, shift the focus of the town centre, so it's more appropriate, you say, to the modern era towards the transport node. And you also, I think, sorry, Mr. Cafferty.
Connect the town to the transport mode. Use the landmarking element as a staging post between the journey between the railway station or the station interchange and the key spaces in the town centre.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very clear. And I also picked up from your written and oral evidence that one of the objectives, so far as the appeal scheme is concerned, is to bring further animation, activity into, in particular, St. Martin's Square.
All of this animation, activity, people, life, vibrancy to all of the surrounding spaces to replace the neglected place that you currently have.
Thank you very much indeed. And I also picked up a reference to you considering that St. Martin's Square in particular needs better enclosure. That's something that you referred to in your presentation. Okay, so
and I make that reference, I make that comment in reference to the guidance that I'm sure you're aware is contained within the Essex Design Guide too, in terms of improving the quality and animation of urban spaces.
So if we can just bring those points together, please, in terms of the urban design objectives. We have introducing a landmark building.
Yeah.
We have effectively introducing height prominence to the area which nearer the railway station, that provides a way marker from the railway station into the town.
I think we're saying we're introducing built form that is compatible with the nature of the spaces that are there within the established spatial framework.
Yeah, well, that's a general observation, Captain. I'm trying to do this one by one, a bit more forensically. Landmark quality, introducing tall buildings as a way marker to link the railway station to the town centre, introduce animation and activity, and introduce enclosure. Those are effectively the main components in terms of urban design, aren't they, and what you're seeking to achieve?
Yes, and I think if you refer to the image which sits just inside the cover of my inquiry presentation, you can see those elements at play, and I think in a very satisfactory way.
Good. Good. All right. Thank you. We can see what the components are then, please. So can we just then look at the basis for that urban design approach? Firstly, with regard to landmark function, introducing a landmark building as part of the appeal proposal, particularly within its northwest corner, as it has a direct relationship to St. Martin's Square. It is, I think, common ground between us, Mr. Cafferty, that there is nothing within the evidence that demonstrates that the introduction of a landmark building on the appeal site and in relation to its position on the corner of St. Martin's Square was ever part of the original concept for Basildon Town Centre.
It was not part of the original concept. However, there are a great number of parties that have agreed, including the council's own planning officers and the quality review panel, etc., that have supported the urban design response that the appeal scheme brings to the site.
Good. And secondly, as a matter of principle, Mr. Cafferty, if it is thought that there is an urban design requirement or benefit to introduce a landmark building on the southeast corner of St. Martin's Square, a landmark building a landmark quality to a building can be achieved by use of other devices other than height, can't it? i.e., you don't need a 17-storey building to introduce landmark qualities into the southeast corner of St. Martin's Square.
I think height is a component that is bringing more than just, as we say, it's bringing enclosure, It's obviously bringing residential content, which is clearly important. Obviously, you can use devices to draw the eye, architectural devices. So it's not dependent on any particular or individual height. But I think you can also argue that similarly, you could propose 27 stories. There's no, I think, specific definition of what height becomes acceptable or not.
Mr. Captain, I think you sort of answered my question, but I'm going to go back and put it to you again, please, as a point of principle. There is no necessity as a point of principle to introduce landmark qualities into a building that means that building has to be of 17 story, i.e. there are other means to introduce landmark qualities other than height.
Yeah, so I'll try and answer more simply. There is no definitive necessity, but it does help.
Thank you. Secondly, as far as achieving enclosure is concerned, which is one of your other urban design objectives, there is no requirement to achieve enclosure to St. Martin's Square that demands a 17-story building, and therefore enclosure can be achieved by building a building of lesser height.
Clearly, the existing buildings on the site do not provide an appropriate enclosure to the scale of that space. The Essex Design Guide refers to an appropriate sense of scale at being 1-to-1, so the same height as the length and breadth dimensions of the square. Clearly, the form of height that is being introduced here is still substantially less than that 1-to-1.
You can come back to put the question to you again. It is not necessary to achieve enclosure to St. Martin's Square to introduce a building of 17-story in height, and enclosure can be achieved by a building of lesser height.
I agree that there is no specific definition of what creates enclosure.
Good. And then thirdly, so far as animation is concerned, bringing life into St. Martin's Square, into Town Square, into Market Square, again, that is not an outcome that requires buildings of up to 17 stories, is it? Because it's all to do with the population of buildings.
Indeed, and obviously, I think it's central to the proposition put forward by the appeal scheme to the viability and therefore the success of the retail at ground level, which will bring much of that animation, is clearly dependent upon the additional population being in the town centre, and clearly the appeal scheme brings that as part of the equation.
Well, Mr. Cafferty, ground floor retail can be introduced into a building or a scheme on the appeal site that doesn't involve a 17-story building, because essentially it's the ground floor use, isn't it?
It's acceptable as obviously as a ground floor use. Clearly, however, the ongoing viability, the reason that the shops there currently are failing is the lack of population in the town centre, especially at this end.
Well, Mr. Cafferty, as far as I'm aware, I'll be corrected if I've missed something, there is certainly no viability case being advanced by the appellant to suggest that the quantum of development that's proposed is necessary for this development to succeed. So,
no, my apologies. I'm not defining viability in those kind of very specific terms. I'm just making the point that as a designer and as an architect, we obviously have to understand that the need for population to enhance the viability of the commercial functions.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Good. All right. Can we then just move on, please, conscious of time? So far as introducing the level of height that's proposed within the development, can we just look at how the scheme has evolved in terms of justifying that level of height? And I'm going to move on now, if I may, to topic number 5. So can we just turn, please, together to look at the timeline that is provided at page 75 of the DAS? So CDC 11, page 75. So it'll be your page 73 or 74. And it's to help you, it's the timeline that was referred to during the course of the evidence given by Mr. Lowndes yesterday.
So this is under 4.1 consultation summary, yes?
Yeah, it's the beginning of that section, absolutely right. It's the beginning of section 4. So do you have this at page, what, 70?
73?
73.
72, 73.
Excellent. Right, good. I think we're there. And we can all understand what this timeline is intended to show. It's showing the progress of the evolution of the scheme, or the optioneering, through the pre-application processes and through the submission to the quality review panel, isn't it?
It is.
Thank you very much indeed. And if we just look at the left-hand side of this timeline, Mr. Cafferty, so we start with January, and I think it's January 2020. We can see that the first element of that timeline refers to the pre-application meeting number 1.
Yes.
And I think, well, I hope I'm right in understanding, Mr. Cafferty, that the images that are then shown below those the timeline shows the form of the scheme at particular points within that timeline. Is that the general intention of this evidence?
No, I don't believe those images are specifically relating to points in time as we move along that diagram.
Right, okay, thank you. Well, that's helpful clarification. So we'll just have to be a little bit more sophisticated then in terms of identifying what was on the table at what point. So if we start, please, with January 2020 and the first pre-application meeting. If we turn on, keeping our finger in page 74, in my version, 72, 73 in yours, go forward, please, to page 96. Probably page 94 in your and the inspector's version. And it's section 4.8, design milestones, and then a subheading 4.8.1, pre-app 01.
Yep.
Got that? And I think, I think then that what the image shows beneath the text is the form of development, including the height, that was presented to the council at pre-app meeting number 1. I think
that's the case, having obviously, yes, I believe that is correct. You know, having gone through the process of considering the initial design options and then the process as illustrated on my pages 74, 75,
yeah.
of the way the courtyard block was developed up to the point of that pre-app, yes.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Rest assured, Mr. Cafferty, we're going to come back to those pages in a moment, but I'm just going to start at a point in time, which is engagement with the council. And the first formal engagement with the council, pre-app meeting number 1, we see the form of development proposed, and at that stage, the highest point in terms of the tallest block was at 18 stories, wasn't it?
That's correct.
So then we move forward to the second pre-application meeting. So if we flick back to the timeline, please, at your pages 72 and 73. The second pre-app meeting was in April 2020. And in terms of what was on the table at that stage, if we go forward in the document to my page 75, which will be your page 70. Sorry, just forgive me. No, it's my page 98, so your page 96.
It's
we can see the position at the second pre-app meeting. So it's the image below paragraph 4.8.2, and we can see that at that stage, the form of development involved a building of 17 stories at its highest point in the southeast corner of St. Martin Square, can't we?
yes, and this was also the scheme that was presented to the QRP.
Exactly, thank you very much indeed. That saves me asking the next question, because then we move forward to the QRP in May 2020. And in May 2020, it was broadly, if not entirely, the same scheme as was presented to the council at pre-app 2, which included a building of up to 17 stories. And we can see that, I think, confirmed on page 98. of the document. Yeah.
Oh, and obviously, in respect of your statements in regards to building heights, these were clearly accepted by both the council and supported by the QRP.
Well, we'll come to the QRP in just a moment, Mr. Cafferty, but I think what one can conclude from the exercise of looking at what the formal pre-application process is involved with regard to the form of development, that the scheme never went below 17 stories, did it, at its tallest point at any point during the pre-application engagement?
I think that's a correct assessment during the pre-application engagement. Clearly, the starting point from the design, it certainly did.
Thank you. Well, okay, I'll come back to that, Mr. Cafferty, taking it in stages. And there was certainly nothing that I've seen in the design and access statement produced by the scheme architects that suggests that they presented, as part of any pre-application process, or indeed to the QRP, any detailed explanation as to how they arrived at that 17-storey height.
I would be very confident that there was material in those presentations that did contain an explanation about why the heights were proposed.
Well,
I do not have that information to hand, and it's not in the DAS, as you say, but and I do know the swap design process very well, and I would absolutely accept it. And I would also say that I've never known planning officers to be shy about saying that they consider the proposals to be too high if that's what they think they are.
Okay, well, Mr. Cafferty, hear what you say. I can only cross-examine you on the evidence that's before the inquiry. Can we just pick up on one point then before I go back, as I promised to the earlier page 76 and 77 design evolution element pre-app? Could you just take out, please, the Essex Quality Review Panel report, which is CDC2.
Yep, so I've got that on my.
Do you have that?
We're there, yep.
Right. Obviously, the inquiry is familiar with what this process was, but just by way of confirmation and introduction, Mr. Cafferty, I appreciate you weren't involved at this stage, but the review by the Essex Quality Review Panel involved looking at the draft master plan and also the three principal regeneration schemes as they put themselves forward as that were coming forward in the town centre. So it's your scheme, the infrared scheme, and the Basildon Escape scheme, wasn't it?
And all these schemes were at very different stages of their evolution.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
There we are. But just to be clear as to what the Essex Review Panel were concluding with regard to advice concerning scale and height, can we just turn, please, to the third page of the document? It's the page that has as its first subheading scale.
Yep.
Scale and density matters as presented within the draft master plan were supported in principle by the panel. The opportunities to drive up density within the town centre while ensuring the approach is sustainable on a commercial level is important. And then it says this: a further review of appropriate building heights and placement within the town centre is now required to ensure that both existing key views are not harmfully affected whilst creating the opportunities for new vistas. And the panel recognises the use of the Grade 2 listed Brook House as the focal point for new development within the master plan. You see?
See that?
So, I mean, yeah, I think it's fair, isn't it, Mr. Cafferty, just for the inspector to record that as far as specific building heights were concerned, the position of the Quality Review Panel was that further review was required in respect of building heights and placement as part of the ongoing evolution of both the master plan and the scheme.
I think that is a generally expressed view around the broad context of those three proposals and the master plan.
Absolutely, yeah. So essentially, it wouldn't be right, Mr. Cafferty, would it, for a conclusion to be reached that the Essex Quality Review Panel were accepting without qualification the height proposed either within the master plan or within any of the individual schemes that were put forward, but rather the Essex Quality Review Panel was stating expressly that a further review relating to heights was required as the schemes evolved?
So my understanding is that the application incorporated a townscape study incorporating many viewing framework that demonstrated quite clearly how the scheme would be viewed from within and out with the town centre. So I think that information was made available within the application package so that those issues could be considered properly.
Well, that may well be right, Mr. Cafferty. And even if that is right, that information was before the Essex Quality Review Panel, that rather underscores, doesn't it, the importance of recognising that their conclusion was that further review in respect of appropriate heights was required, notwithstanding that information, if it was before them.
I think what they were saying is they would appreciate seeing further information in that regard, which I think that information was ultimately provided. So because the Quality Review Panel, you must remember, is the council's consultee. They're their statutory consultee. So by providing that information to the council in the form of the ongoing planning discussions and the planning application, effectively the Quality Review Panel are part of that organisation.
Yes, Mr. Cafferty, I'm sure you're right about that. And the Quality Review Panel, having discharged their consultation role, advised in the way that we've just seen under that subheading, scale in their response, didn't it?
And they're actually advising the council, remember. They're not actually advising the applicants, they're advising the council.
All right, Mr. Cafferty, I think we've taken that as far as we can. Can I then take you back, please, as I promised to do, to pages 74 and 76 and 77 of the DAS, your pages 74 and 75.
Yes.
And as I understand it, Mr. Cafferty, this is the part of the DAS which, under the heading Initial Design Options, explains the, to use your phrase, the optioneering process before formal
selection.
Well, before formal engagement with the council commenced. So it's pre-app, as it were.
And I would expect that the design process taking place within the architect's office would look at a number of options. It's generally the way that you develop something that demonstrates the combination of a preferred option to then present to the council to make that for pre-application meaningful.
So the answer to my question is yes, this is pre-app, and it's the optioneering process that was undertaken. And this is the explanation before the inspector of that process, isn't it, Mr. Cafferty?
This is a summary of that process, but yes, it's the explanation because it's in the DAS.
It's a summary. This is the only information in the DAS that explains the optioneering process that took place before formal engagement with the council commenced.
So it's an expression of some work that went on before that pre-app meeting, yes.
We can see a series of images on pages, your pages 74 to 75, that show both the arrangements in terms of form and height of the evolving development as part of this process. We don't have the benefit of any actual story heights identified, or indeed absolute heights identified in respect of any of these images, Mr. Cafferty, do we?
We don't, but I think if you look at the college building, you get a good idea of the scale of the frontages.
Okay, well, we can see. Sorry, Mr. Cafferty, I think I might have interrupted you there.
No, I think I'd made my point, it's fine.
Thank you very much indeed. And we can see, I think, insofar as you can seek to identify broad height by reference to surrounding existing elements of the townscape, that save perhaps with the image on the top left-hand corner of page 74, those images involve substantial increases in height in the northwest corner of the what is now the appeal site above existing development, isn't it?
I think what you see there is an evolution from a simpler, and I know options existed before the one on the top left-hand corner to essentially be a simple figure of 8 courtyard building. that would represent a simpler urban block. But what you see is an evolution that responds to the key urban design drivers that I've referred to extensively in my evidence.
Right, well, there we are. Mr. Cafferty, the inspector can form his own view as to that journey, but let's see what information is before the inquiry in terms of explaining how SWAP architect, Mr. Ward, arrived at the position of 17 stories in the northwest corner of the appeal site. And the text above those images, initial design options, the design development process explored a series of massing options to establish a preferred approach prior to the pre-application process. A selection of the initial massing option tested is shown below. The pros and cons of each option were reviewed and the most suitable option further developed. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
We don't have the pros and cons, do we, of any of these options, or indeed any wider selection of massing options provided in the DAS or anywhere else in the evidence?
It's not presented in the DAS.
No, thank you. And if the inspector is sort of interested in really understanding why 17 stories was arrived at, or B, the extent to which the urban design objectives of the appeal scheme, the landmark, the wayfinding, the enclosure, the animation, required a response of a 17-story building on the northwest corner, he would not find this in the DAS or anywhere else, would he?
I think that information is essentially contained within the diagrams that sit within this DAS. So I think when you look at the, let me just see the, I think if you look, for example, at page 106, so presumably you're 108, and you go through the diagrams that are embodied in that double page 106 and 107. Those are there as an explanation of the rationale behind the key urban design drivers. And again, I think I'm sure the inspector is capable of interpreting those rather than text.
All right. So this is the point. This is 106 and 107.
It's in the printed version.
In the printed version, so my version, that's what you point to.
The bound version. I'm sure you're 106, 108, 109.
I just want to be clear, because I might need to make submissions on this in due course, Mr. Cafferty. Can you just give me those page numbers in your version again, please?
In the bound version, it's page 106 and 107. I think that's the one the inspector has. Is that correct?
It is, yes. 5.0 proposed massing, 5.1 design drivers. The tallest element acts as a marker building addressing St. Martin's Square.
So I think the text and more especially the diagrams explain how the different elements of the building are functioning in urban design terms.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Cafferty. So this is the explanation, is it, that the inspector needs to look at to understand why the design response or the option of a 17-story building was arrived at, and in particular, the pros and cons in terms of achieving the urban design objective of a building of that height as opposed to a building that is lower is explained.
It explains the rationale. I think essentially when you describe the cons, I think it's essentially that just back into the space that every built form has some impacts, but essentially within the broader framework of the town centre, these built forms being proposed are considered to be, and I consider them to be, entirely appropriate.
Well, I understand you say that, Mr. Cafferty, you wouldn't be here otherwise, but so far as the position is concerned, the inspector may think that given the design objectives, the urban design objectives, landmark, wayfinding, enclosure, etc., that an explanation as to why a 17-story building at its maximum height, as opposed to a building that is lower than that, was arrived at as considered the appropriate response to meeting those objectives. But we don't really see that explanation, do we? anywhere provided within the DAS. You simply, you justify, or swap architects justify in the DAS.
I think they explain the rationale. That's a very different thing. These diagrams are clearly explaining a rationale. And I believe they're a very effective means of doing so.
These diagrams being the ones that you pointed to on pages
106 and 107 in the bound version.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for that, Ms. Caffrey. I have your answer. I'll make submissions on that in due course. So I'm conscious of the time. That would be an appropriate moment. We're making good progress, and I don't anticipate being certainly any longer than I had hoped to be.
Yeah. Are we content with 20 minutes just to buy us a little bit more time, just in case? So we'll try and minimise any difficulty later this morning. So it's 11:05. I'll adjourn until 11:25. Thank you.
Thanks, Mo.
Welcome back, Mr. Cafferty. Have you had sufficient time?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Mr. Edwards, if you'd like to continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Cafferty. I'm going to move on to topic 6, which is the broad topic of height. And happily, in light of the answers you've given to questions that I put to you under earlier topics, we can deal with this briefly. And I'd like to return, please, on the topic of height to the issue about the urban design benefits of introducing a wayfinding form of development on the appeals site, and the guidance that we can draw from earlier assessments in terms of urban character in respect of that matter. So can we go, please, to the 2012 supplementary planning document, the master plan, which is CDB4.
I have that.
Thank you very much indeed. And in CDB4, would you turn, please, to page 28 on the printed document?
Yep.
And I hope on page 28 you have a subheading in the first column of text, the town centre taller buildings.
Yes, I do.
The inquiry has been taken to this paragraph previously, but could I ask you, please, just to remind yourself of paragraph 6.4.23. And that is a short paragraph and provides that taller buildings north of Station Square / Transit Mall and along Fodderwick would benefit the legibility of the town centre if placed strategically at key arrival points and en route to the town centre. Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes, I do.
I think it's fair to say, Mr. Cafferty, that is obviously recognising a principle in terms of urban design in Basildon that it broadly accords with one of your objectives, which is the benefit of introducing taller buildings to assist legibility in that part of the town centre that would include, at least in part, the appeal site, wouldn't it?
That is correct, and that was also similarly supported by the QRP in discussing and talking about the improving the legibility of the routes, the north-south on both sides of the appeal scheme site. Yes.
Absolutely. And then, thank you, Mr. Cafferty. And then we can see, if we turn on to the next page of the SPD, page 29, we can see illustrative story heights, can't we, that are identified?
We can, but it doesn't quite accord with the text, does it?
Well, I wonder about that, Mr. Cafferty. Let's take it stage by stage, shall we? These are illustrative story heights. And I mean, I don't think the phrase illustrative story heights requires any explanation or elaboration. It is obviously, I suggest to you, Mr. Cafferty, the response within the document to the objectives set out, including the objective that we've just looked at together in paragraph 6.4.23, that is, increasing and improving legibility.
Yes, but I think we also must look at the wording. I think the wording you're going to refer to along Fodderwick is in the key as medium. And I think in the text at 6.4.23, the word is taller.
Well, could be a little bit sensible about this, Mr. Cafferty. Let's take it in stages. What we can see in the illustrative story heights in terms of the height of essentially buildings in particular locations is that moving north from the station across the ring road, the first building to be encountered is the building that is now the college, identified in purple, low to medium, 3 to 7 stories. And then beyond that is the urban block that comprises the appeal site. And we can see that on the western side, there's an area of that block that's shaded light blue, low 2 to 4 stories. So as far as the illustrative story heights, in terms of those identified in this SPD, it's identifying on the appeal site an illustrative height of 2 to 4 stories relating to a low building, isn't it? That's what this document, that's what this page of the document, I should say.
That's what that page shows, contradicting the previous page that we've just referred to. Yes.
Well, I wonder about that, Mr. Cafferty, because you would have thought that in an SPD, which is a formal planning document, it has legal status.
We'd have thought, wouldn't you?
You would have thought that there would be, and one perhaps can assume, that there is a certain degree of joined up thinking within the document, wouldn't you?
Yes, but it's quite clearly not the case, because the light blue, as you've just referred to, says low, whereas the text says taller buildings on that very route.
Mr. Cafferty, on that route, there's the college building, identified in footprint terms of up to 7 stories, 3 to 7 stories, and beyond that, the western part of the appeal site, 2 to 4 stories. It might be thought, Mr. Cafferty, that what is shown in the illustrative story heights is precisely what is envisaged by and through this document in terms of achieving the objective in paragraph 6.423 to provide legibility to the town centre. And it would be very odd indeed, Mr. Cafferty, wouldn't it? Very odd indeed, if essentially there was some sort of mismatch between the illustrative heights on the very next page compared to what was anticipated to achieve the objective in paragraph 6.423.
I agree it would be, and I think it is. But essentially also, I think it's important to note that this master plan drawing isn't actually taking a comprehensive approach to the town centre. It's envisaging that only certain land parcels may become available for redevelopment. And I would suggest that if a more all-encompassing master plan were carried out, that may take a different approach to some of these kind of localised issues that you're referring to.
Well, Mr. Cafferty, the inspector will have to form its own view as to the extent to which this is a coherent master plan. But is there anything that you can identify, Mr. Cafferty, within this master plan that, so far as the appeal site is concerned, to achieve legibility or indeed any of the other urban design objectives that you say motivate the scheme, that a building of up to 17 stories is appropriate or required?
I don't think one could infer, looking at the page that you've drawn our attention to, that one could say that it either requires 17 stories. However, I would also say that society had, 2012, 10 years ago, society has changed a lot. Understanding of urban design, appropriate forms of development, the NPPF framework has changed a lot in that timescale. And I do think that this is perhaps a reflection of both the time and the planning framework at that time, and indeed the nature of the master plan exercise, which looks at obviously land packages which someone has considered that may be developable, because it's quite clearly taking only a piecemeal approach to certain land parcels within the town centre at that time. Now, I think the more appropriate reference point is, of course, the 2020 master plan, because it represents the thinking of today's society. And I know it's not got weight. I get all that. What I'm saying is it's a reflection of today's society.
Mr. Cafferty, thank you for that. Can I just deal, there's 2 points arising from that answer. Firstly, I hope we can agree that the desirability in urban design terms of improving legibility between the station and the town centre was a consideration that was addressed in the 2012 master plan. And we need to look no further than the paragraph I drew your attention to a few moments ago to establish that.
I think the desirability of legibility has been addressed in the text. I don't think it's been not been promoted in the illustration.
you very much indeed. So it is therefore appropriate for the inspector to have regard to that desirability in terms of improving legibility was a matter that was considered in the 2012 SPD in the same way as it was considered in any later documents. And the response in the 2000 SPD is within the illustrations that we've looked at.
Yes, it was certainly considered in the kind of piecemeal way I have described.
Thank you. And the second supplementary point arising from the answer you gave a moment ago, so far as the 2012 draft master plan is concerned, we agree it attracts no weight. We don't need to turn it up, I hope, Mr. Cafferty. But what that master plan does identify in its draft form is, so far as the appeal site is concerned, the acceptability, at least in principle, of buildings above 8 stories. That's what's shown in the document, isn't it? We all know that's what it says.
Sorry, forgive me, Mr. Edwards. Are you now referring to the 2020 master plan?
Yeah.
I think you said
It was a slip of the tongue. Sorry, you continue with 2012.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, sir. Yes, the 2020 master plan, Mr. Cafferty, we all know what it says. It identifies, so far as the appeal site is concerned, the appropriate heights of above 8 stories, doesn't it?
Yes, we can certainly agree your terminology. I think we can also infer that the scale envisaged at that time was substantially in excess of 8 stories, as contained by the drawings that sat within that master plan document.
We don't, I think, need to go through this document given where we are with regard to its status and weight. But as far as the master plan itself is concerned in draft form, that is document B5, first part, it identifies buildings of above 8 stories, so far as the appeal site is concerned. I think we agree
And
that.
I think
maybe illustration to go along that, but that's what it says.
it refers to taller buildings of 8 stories and above. So clearly the above has no limit in that terminology, although I'm not suggesting that the height is limitless.
Unsurprising that you say that, Mr. Cafferty. Does that mean height is limitless? Well, it certainly doesn't say.
I just said I don't think it does suggest that. I don't believe it's limitless, but it's saying 8 stories and above.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't say, does it, Mr. Cafferty, that a building above 8 stories would justify a building double that height of 17 stories.
I don't think there's any justification in terms of any specific proposals contained within the master plan. I don't think it's a guidance document that is provided for the benefit of those trying to manage the development control of the town.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Cafferty. I can leave that point there unless that answer. Good. Can we then turn, please, briefly to topic 7, which I've described as being the wider townscape. I think we can take this briefly. Could I invite you to take out, please, the DAS, again, CDC 11, and turn within it to my page 124, so your page 122. Do you have those pages open, Mr. Cafferty?
Yes, I do.
These are some images that show, I think really in the context of massing and height, the relationship of the proposed development to the surrounding townscape. And we can see in image 1, or view 1, which is in the top left-hand corner of the suite of pages 122 to 124, that reflects a view looking west from
the base of Brookhouse.
Yeah, east of Brookhouse. It's near the sort of sunken area to the east of Brookhouse, in the long town square essentially. And we see another image. If we turn over the page, please, to your page 124. The lower image on that page, which is image 2, so looking broadly the other way, so from St. Martin's Square, looking east.
Yes.
Between the appeal site and the former Marks and Spencer's building along Town Square. We can see those images there. The inspector will have to form a judgment plainly as to the effect of the proposed developments in terms of its impact on townscape from those particular locations. But can I just seek your help with this? You recall that during earlier questions I put to you this morning, I drew your attention to the appellant's heritage consultant's assessment. And for the inspector's notice, paragraph 2.17 in Mr. Harris's appendix 1. We don't need to turn it up. Just remind you what he said. There is no denying the powerful presence of Brook House in relation to Town Square and East Square, which it was designed to dominate, complement, and captivate. And in view of the low-rise character of existing buildings around Town Square in particular, this dominating effect remains intact. And you remember, Mr. Cafferty, we had a little exchange about that particular conclusion by the heritage consultant, and you expressed reservations about the use of the word dominant. Do you remember?
Against the word dominate.
Dominate. Right, well, there we are. The inspector has a note of that. Just to be clear, Mr. Cafferty, that you would invite the inspector in terms of considering whether the presence of Brook House within the townscape, as seen in experienced in East Square and Town Square, dominate, complement, captivate, is still enjoyed, experienced with the appeal scheme, and he can have a look at these drawings, can't he, in terms of reaching that view, because they give a very clear impression.
Yes, you can. Can I just respond to that? Because I think it's important. I think the examples you've selected are very good examples. So the first one, in image 1.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, we've lost Mr. Cafferty in sound.
Why would that be?
I don't know, but you are back.
Because we're on a mutual system, I think. So anyway, apologies, sir, but to carry on. So that view is looking from the base of Brook House. And of course, the image is cropped vertically. So, and in terms of the dominant feature, if you're stood in that position, of course, our heads swivel. We can look up and down, we can look left and right. The position and form of Brook House in that view goes significantly off this page. So the form that you would experience Brook House stood in this location would be 6 or 7 times the height of your perception of the appeal scheme site in this particular perspective. Again, therefore it's quite clearly that I think there's a very satisfying anchoring of a very major public space in a town centre, with Brook House with us on our right, soaring into the sky in this view, and at the far end you have the appeal scheme anchoring that important space at the other end. So and therefore providing a wayfinding and stage posting way on the route to the station, providing an important urban design function. So I think that kind of covers that view. If I can move to the other view that you referred to, looking from St Martin's Square, as we know from this location, Brook House is obscured. We cannot see it, not by the appeal scheme, it's obscured by the existing buildings. So the prominence role that I think Mr Edwards is describing simply does not exist. And I think we can only refer to the way other buildings will complement and work with Brook House are only in those views where you can clearly see Brook House. So when we move forward in that perspective to where we can actually see Brook House itself in our vista, can I take you back again to my inquiry presentation at PDF page 13, please?
Yeah.
And when we come alongside it, we come through the gap and for once can see Brook House, clearly where the appeal scheme is now on your right hand, or will be on your right hand side here, it will be no more overbearing in the view than than actually what you see of the existing building there, because it's just a solid surface at your side, but you're looking away down that vista. And I don't think anything is competing with the prominence of Brooke House, other than the development that has more recently taken place on Town Square on your left in that view.
Well, Mr. Cafferty, I understand that. You obviously appreciate Mr. Lowndes takes a different view of that, and he went on the same journey as you've done. But can I just have your assistance with this? I mean, these are, views or experiences of Brooke House within the townscape, moving westward along East Walk, or moving eastward along Town Square, or indeed through St. Martin's Square. They are kinetic experiences, aren't they? And Brooke House will come into view together with the appeal site, depending on where you are within that journey.
They are always connected, but it's one of I think, the beauties of Townscape, that it gradually emerges and evolves with elements of surprise and the elements fundamentally that where more than one vertical element can be complementary, especially when they're located at, let's say, opposing ends of such a major space as Town Square.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. All right, thank you. Good. Can we then move on, please, briefly to topic 9, which is elevational treatment. Again, I'm going to take this very shortly, Mr. Cafferty. You have your view as to the appropriateness of the elevational treatment within the development. Mr. Lowndes has his view.
That view has been shared by many people through this process, clearly, yes.
It's not shared by council members, though, is it, Mr. Cafferty?
The current generation, yes, we accept.
And it is seldom profitable to start debating nuanced points and detailed points of external design through cross-examination. So what I'd like to do, Mr. Cafferty, is just to understand what test you set yourself, and therefore invite the inspector to apply in terms of the elevational treatment of the proposed development. If we can do that shortly, please, by turning to your proof at paragraph 22. So paragraph 22 of your proof, page 21.
And there?
Thank you. And if we look, please, at the second sentence in paragraph 21, where you say this: a compositional harmony is created through strongly contrasting horizontal and vertical elements, creating a balanced effect overall. And then you say this: achieving this balance is what is essential, in my opinion, to creating a design solution which will harmonize the overall composition.
Yes.
Now, as far as those two sentences are concerned, and in particular the last sentence, achieving a balance is what is essential, in my opinion, to creating a design solution which will harmonize the overall composition. I mean, that is the test, essentially, isn't it, Mr. Cafferty, that you have set yourself, and that the inspector should therefore apply in terms of judging the question, Mr. Cafferty, judging the acceptability of the external elevational treatment. Is that right, Mr. Cafferty?
I have said that I think it is important in terms of taking what is best of the local distinctiveness of, and this goes back to me saying and agreeing at the very outset of this evidence and your cross-examination, that the design fundamentally respects the best elements of what came from the modernist design and the international style, that being compositional balance. So I think what SWAP architects have sought to do, and I think succeeded in doing, is creating that overall balance of elevational treatment, working with the form of the building to deliver that balance.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. Cafferty. I understand that you say, as you're entitled to do, that the architects have been successful in the evolution and ultimate external design being advanced. But I just want to understand what the test is that you've applied. And can I just ask for your confirmation, very straightforwardly, that achieving the balance, that is the balance in terms of horizontal and vertical elements, is essential, your words, to creating a design solution which is acceptable in this location. I think that is the test, isn't it, Mr. Capity, that you have set yourself, and therefore you expect to be.
I think what I'm saying, that if you're asking me, I don't think I've ever expressed it in the form of this is the test. What I've said is I said it's essential to reflecting the local distinctiveness of Basildon's heritage. That, I believe, is essential to captivate that type of harmonious composition achieved by that balance.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that is a sufficient answer to my question, but lest there be any doubt about it, if the inspector were to form the view that that balance has not been correctly or appropriately struck, that is the balance of horizontal and vertical, then that would not therefore be a design solution which will harmonise the overall composition in the context of Basildon Town Centre, would it?
I think that's one way to express it. I think you're making it rather black and white. I think design and beauty, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder in many respects, and some people will find certain things beautiful, other people will find other things beautiful. So I'm not sure it's the black and white thing that you're describing, but I do think that certainly from my perspective, achieving that balance is important.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. That's very helpful. Can we turn then to the final topic, please, which is good design and residential amenity, and broadly encompassed within that are these issues about accessibility, unequal access to open space, etc. Can we just begin, please, by just setting the policy context, which I think is agreed. The National Planning Policy Framework, with which Mr. Capity, you and everyone else is familiar, provides in paragraph 130 that new development should create places that are safe, inclusive and accessible with a high standard of amenity for future residents. There's no doubt between us that that policy requirement must be applied in determining this appeal, is there?
Sorry, could you just express that again for me?
Yes, of course. Well, if it's easier for you, you seem to be looking for
turn it up.
Yes. Yeah, you want to turn it up, Mr. Capity. It's the National Planning Policy Framework, so core document A2. And if you turn within paragraph 130 and look at subparagraph F.
I have no wish to disagree with the contents of the National Planning Policy Framework.
Well, I thought you would, but you also agree, Mr. Capity, that subparagraph F in paragraph 130, creating places that are safe, inclusive and accessible with a high standard of amenity for existing and future users is a policy requirement that needs to be applied in the determination of this appeal.
It's part of the National Planning Policy Framework, so yes.
And you say overall that Swap Architects design is successful, and you say of high quality, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Right, can we turn firstly with the topic of amenity space? Let's just deal with one or 2 points that hopefully, Mr. Capity, you can confirm are not an issue. If the appropriate interpretation of the Essex Design Guide, where it provides requirements for amenity space, means external amenity space, the proposed development does not provide a quantum of external amenity space that meets what is expected within that guidance.
If you're referring to the 25 square meters per home, I do not believe that that was written with this type of context in mind, and I believe that the council's officers have viewed it that way, and as such never raised that as any form of issue. And I would say that generally in 90% of the developments that I've been responsible for in urban settings during my entire career, most 90% of them would not meet in urban settings would be able to meet that kind of external amenity standard. So I'm just saying it's what I see it in the form of the appeal scheme is absolutely the norm in day-to-day practice.
Well, that really wasn't an answer to my question, Mr. Cassidy. I'm going to put the question again, but broken down into one or two components to make it clearer and easier. I'm afraid, in light of what you said, we will have to go to the Essex Design Guide. So could you turn up for document B11, please? And when you have it, Mr. Cafferty, have the document open at internal page 79.
That's 79 as marked on the page or the PDF.
Well, I'm using printed page 79, so internal page. It's got
It's one of those occasions where it's the same.
Is it? Good. Happily.
I am there.
Good. And you'll see at the heading at the top of the page, design criteria for private communal space, bullet point 1, development on sites larger than 0.1 of a hectare should provide at least 25 square meters of private space for each home. Only space that adheres to the design criterion below will be taken into account. Now, I think Mr. Cafferty has taken it some stages in light of the answer you gave to the first question I put to you under this topic. You accept, as a matter of fact, that the proposed development doesn't meet that requirement. Now, leaving aside whether it's appropriate to apply it or not.
I accept that.
Thank you. And then it goes on, doesn't it, in terms of the second element of the standards or the guidance to the position where that requirement is not met. So can we just look down page 79 to paragraph 3.154, please? And it provides that incorporating balconies into residential accommodation is encouraged and will be expected where private communal space does not equate to 25 square meters per flat. Then it refers to balconies contribute to the amenity of dwellings but are not always well designed, need to be positioned where they are comfortable to use and should be a sufficient size to enable use as an outside living space. All balconies should, 1, be large enough to accommodate a table and chairs to suit the occupancy of the apartment, as well as providing for some additional space for planting. A gross floor area of 5 square meters per balcony should be provided for houses or apartments with more than 1 bedroom, wherever communal or private garden size specifications cannot be met. So again, Mr. Cafferty, I hope and expect there is no disagreement on this. Firstly, bearing in mind that the 25 square meters per flat guidance is not met, there is an expectation that balconies will be provided, isn't there?
So I think it's important to put this in.
No, I want an answer to my question first.
Then you can qualify.
There is.
Sorry, my apologies. Sorry, could you make your question again, please?
Yes, of course, Mr. Cafferty. By reference to the first sentence of paragraph 3.154, because the 25 square meters per dwelling threshold is not met, there is an expectation that balconies will be provided.
So within the statements made there, in the context of the intention behind that document, so I'm agreeing with you, saying yes, this document expresses an expectation. However, I've already said that nobody, I don't believe, in a very urban situation, the whole context. I just ask you to leaf your way through the Essex Design Guide and see the kind of context that it's written to represent effectively. So it's quite different. Secondly, if we actually just go back a few pages and go to page 76 on the printed version, and I referred to this earlier here. I mean, basically, it sets down the basis of the provision of the guidance. It says every home should have the benefit of some individual, private or communal, or not private or communal private amenity space, which is clearly what the appeal scheme has. Now, if you read down, you'll see Private space can be provided in a variety of ways: private gardens, communal gardens, roof terraces, balconies. We have all that obviously in the appeal scheme. Now, I just also think it's important that we understand when we're talking about these design guidance. In normal practice, it is often the case that it's very difficult in urban settings to provide everything that design guidance would seek to have. Guidance is just guidance. Now, this statement obviously has been made by Mr. Deely. I know that you're following up on Mr. Deely's commentaries. I can absolutely confirm, because I've been looking at Mr. Deely's website this morning, and if you look at his Addiscombe Grove project, it's a project for pocket living, a scheme which provides very, very small units for a particular market. It provides a small amount, maybe 500 square meters of amenity, external amenity for 150 apartments. It's just normal practice.
I don't want to get drawn into comparisons, but I think in terms of the Essex Design Guide, clearly it needs to be read as a whole, and this may be a matter for submissions in due course. But in terms of what Mr. Cafferty drew attention to on page 76, we do need to go down to 77, which refers to gardens for houses, and it goes through a process of different densities as to what is applicable. If densities above 50 dwellings, this is paragraph 3147, densities above 50 dwellings per hectare, an outside space of at least 25 square meters is expected. So that's where the 25 square meters comes from. For all homes, this should typically be provided in the form of shared communal gardens. Then if we go down to the extract that Mr. Edwards was using, that deals with circumstances where it's not possible to deal with the 25 square meters, and we move on to balconies.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to make sure that we were not simply extracting paragraphs, not quite at random, but without the overall context.
No, indeed, and obviously, you know, as I say, the discussion around balconies is one that's been had at length over the last couple of days.
Indeed.
Thank you, sir. I think you've really dealt with the next point I was going to come to, which is the sequence in terms of the approach here. But if I can just to complete this exercise, Mr. Cafferty, can I take you back to page 79 again, please, and paragraph 3.154.
Yes.
And just by way of a preface for one final question arising from this, I mean, I think you recognise that there is a sequence in this approach, isn't there? The starting point is you look at seeking to secure 25 square metres of private space per dwelling. If that can't be achieved, then you may well be right. In dense urban environments that can't be achieved, then the guidance then provides for that by requiring or expecting balconies to be provided. And if balconies are provided, then we can see from the first bullet point in paragraph 3.154 that the gross floor area of balconies should be 5 square meters, can't we?
So obviously a BTR scheme takes a new and innovative perspective to amenity in general. It does provide some balconies in this case on the internal side. We've discussed the reasons there's not on the outside, but it provides a new form of amenity that wasn't ever envisaged when this design guide was written, in the form of internal amenity space, and then obviously complements that with courtyard gardens. I think we need to look at amenity in the round, if you don't mind me saying so. And the way that amenity can be effectively used, because someone sitting on a balcony is very limited to what they can do in that, whereas obviously somebody be able to access a highly convenient and immediately accessible shared communal amenity space. There's a greater range of functional activity that you can carry out using that space.
Mr. Cafferty, I'm going to deal with other witnesses with the question about internal amenity space in due course. But if we can just focus on external...
Needs to be considered in the round, that's all.
If we can focus, please, on external amenity space and the Essex Design Guide. 28% of the proposed apartments have what I'm going to call an external balcony. That's the non-Juliet balcony. I think that's the right percentage, isn't it, Mr. Cafferty?
I'm not quibbling with your numbers.
That can be checked in any event. I thought it was 26, but you may well be right. I can't remember every figure.
No, I'll check that soon. If we need to come back to you, I'll confirm that. But anyway, it's that sort of percentage. And therefore, if we just apply hands to paragraph 3.154, bullet point 1 in the Essex Design Guide, it follows that either 72 or 74% of the dwellings do not provide a balcony of 5 square meters or more. I mean, that's just plain arithmetic, Mr. Cafferty, isn't it? So that element of the Essex Design Guide, on its express terms, is not met.
If you read the Essex Design Guide strictly as you're doing, and it is, of course, only guidance, and I would argue that this guidance, as I said, doesn't really envisage an existing town centre where there is no amenity whatsoever on the existing site, where the building that you've referred to with great respect for the last couple of hours in Brook House has no amenity whatsoever, either shared or communal, and yet obviously we respect it as a great building still.
Thank you. Good. Well, I'll deal with others in terms of the internal amenities point and the Essex Design Guide generally. But can you just help me with one matter, particular matter concerning balconies that you referred to in your oral evidence and indeed was put in cross-examination? That's balconies in urban areas. I mean, there seemed to be some suggestion, Mr. Cafferty, that there was something functionally or practically inappropriate in terms of providing balconies on elevations that face into the public realm, so along streets or things of that nature.
Generally considered undesirable, yes.
There's certainly nothing in the Essex Design Guide that suggests that, is there?
No, there's not, but it's a commonly accepted practice.
Really? Is it your?
Yes.
Forgive me a second. Are you suggesting that there is some sort of? Well, so it's not in principle, is it? But you're suggesting that there is something sort of, inherently inappropriate about having balconies on external elevations within urban areas?
I think it's considered inappropriate, mostly related to, I think, what's referred to as the visual clutter it creates on streetscapes. Certainly, in my experience, most boroughs are very keen to avoid balconies overhanging public realm and retail functions like that. And I've also explained that balconies provide a disservice to the occupants of the flat below in terms of overshading and the prevention of getting sunlight and daylight into apartments.
Okay, well, Mr. Cafferty, I think you've accepted that there's nothing in the Essex Design Guide or any policy that applies in Basildon to support that outcome.
No, there's not, but I've worked in obviously architectural practice for 35 years, and I'm very aware of that general philosophy.
All right, Mr. Cafferty, do you have Ms. Roberts' appendices to hand? It's one of the documents on my list.
I think I do. Yes, I do. Here we go.
Thank you. Good. Can we turn, please, within that to, I think it's page, I hope it's page 30, two sets of pagination in the bottom right-hand corner, page 30, which is part of Ms. Roberts' Appendix D.
Is that printed page 30? Where is the numbering?
Well, I've got two sets of numbering in the bottom right-hand corner of each printed page. I say it's in Appendix D for Delta, and I have page 33 or 1 of 8.
I think I'm getting some assistance here. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Just let me know when you have that page available to you, Mr. Kent. Okay, and we can see there a scheme in East London It's a build to rent scheme. And we can see the elevation.
Without balconies, yep.
What is it without balconies? On Abbeyville Apartments?
I think I'm reading that as without balconies.
It looks like balconies to me. And I was prompted, and it's not just me making it up, I was prompted.
So can you name the scheme for me?
Yeah, Abbeyville Apartments.
No, sorry, I'm looking at the trilogy. So,
No, turn on, yeah, just turn on 2 pages. You should have,
Abbeyville Apartments, yeah,
Yeah.
no, I've got that.
it's above an Asda, you see.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can see there, you know, a point of reference. This is a build to rent scheme that Ms. Roberts refers to in her evidence, and you can see there clearly balcony.
yes, you can, and they are obviously very well set back. So the whole building has been recessed about 7 or 8 meters to remove from the street edge, and I would suggest that's part of the rationale that they've probably provided balconies there. But and I'm not saying it's universal. I'm saying that there are certain boroughs that you would consider to be the prime boroughs that would be very much against putting balconies on street-facing elevations.
Yeah, and you ever designed a scheme, Mr. Cafferty, or your practice design schemes for residential development with balconies facing onto the public realm?
I am sure we have in certain settings, yes. And again, it's like the, as I say, the allegations put forward by Mr. Dealey. Virtually every allegation he's put forward to us, I've seen in buildings of his.
All right. Well, anyway, we're not going to trade blows in that respect. I think that's going to be helpful.
No.
We need to make progress, Mr. Cafferty. We're going to speed up a little bit, please. So far as the issue about defensible space is concerned, we can deal with that, I hope, very briefly. First of all, that you accept, I think, in principle, that it will be necessary, so far as apartments at podium level are concerned that face on to the common and open space, to provide some sort of mechanism by which the privacy of those living in those apartments is secured, whether it be through private.
I very much accept that, yes.
And can I just ask you for some help, either now or after you complete your evidence, by just providing a note? You referred to, in the course of your evidence in chief, to the overall extent of usable amenity space on the podium gardens that is shown on the drawings that you produce. I don't need to ask you to turn it up, but I had a note of DAS page 292. Remember, it shows a spatial area.
Yes.
You do want to turn it up. Okay, let's just turn it up briefly then, please. 292 of the DAS.
Yes.
Sure, that was the right page number. Just give me a second.
It's probably 292 in yours, 290 in mine, and
290,
Mr.
yes.
Cafford, the one that refers to the square meterage of the.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yes, we're with you.
Yeah. And I think, Mr. Cafferty, you said that there'd been some sort of allowance made to for flexibility. So actually excluding 100 square meters from the actual full extent of that podium.
Yes, in broad terms, that's correct. And I'm quite happy to submit a set of more detailed area drawings to demonstrate that point.
Well, I think it may. That's exactly the point I had in mind. It just may be useful for me, just for us to just understand what is the basis of that 100 meters flexibility that's been provided and what you've excluded from the overall spatial area. And it may well be it resolves the point, but I think if you could provide that, and if the inspector thinks that would be helpful without too much difficulty, that would be an advantage.
That would be appreciated.
We'd be more than happy to do that.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cafferty, can I deal then very briefly with the question of accessibility and corridors and things of that nature? I mean, as far as the corridor lengths are concerned, so once a resident enters either the eastern or western block from the podium, depending upon where that resident lives, in order to arrive at the closest lift, they will either use the double lift, which is closest to the entry point into that block, or they'll have to walk along a corridor at podium level to arrive at the single lift, which will be the closest one to them.
Yes, and the entrance in generally both cases, I would certainly suggest that the residents will use the lift core that is closest to their apartment, so they'll turn in the appropriate direction. Yes.
Yeah, you may be right about that, Mr. Cafferty. It's obviously the decision the resident will take. But as far as the distances are concerned, if a resident needs to use the single lift core, that would involve walking, Mr. Dealey instructs me, about 22 to 23 metres from the door at the podium level to access that lift. Is that a figure that you agree with broadly?
I would have said it's more like 20, because I think you have to come into the central corridor, which is the depth of the apartments is typically 7.5 metres. And then you turn left, and I think it's a distance of, something in the region of 12, 13 metres. So I think it's broadly 20 metres if you go that way. If you go to the other core, you obviously come in the same 7.5 metres, and you turn right slightly, you go another 2 or 3 or 4 metres. So it's probably 20 metres versus 10, depending on which part of the building you live in.
And that is
so an approximate travel time, and we're talking 2 or 3 seconds differential.
Thank you. Well, anyway, the inspector has those figures broadly agreed. But the resident who lives, for example, in the north, east or west apartment within the east and west blocks would have to get to the nearest core, would have to walk that 20 odd metres at podium level internally within the core to arrive at the nearest lift. And that would add to
it's one the blocks flip, don't they? So it depends which block you're in as to which way is slightly longer. Yeah, but it's also important to note, Mr. Edwards, that when you get to if you've had to take the longer journey, i.e. the 12 rather than the 3 or 4, when you come out your lift, you have a shorter journey. So instead of having to walk a maximum of 15, you then only have to walk a maximum of 10 if you've taken the longer journey, because that's a shorter leg.
And then so far as the corridors, both at podium level are concerned and at apartment level within the blocks, they are internal corridors in the sense that they don't have the benefit of any daylight or natural ventilation, do they?
They don't, and I would say that probably 75% of schemes that get built probably have internal corridors when using those kind of travel distance lengths.
Yeah, and there's no dispute between us that as far as the London Housing Design Guide is concerned, although not of any strict and technical application in Basildon, is a useful point of reference in terms of looking at the acceptability and quality of cores in terms of numbers of apartments and the amenity of internal corridors, Mr.
Yes, I think the London Design Guide recognises that if travel distances at any one particular corridor are longer, the experience can be improved by the introduction of daylight into the corridor.
Good. And as far as the principle is concerned
by the way, I obviously don't think the travel distances here are sufficiently long to require that. I think at the individual corridor experience is either a maximum of 10 or 15, depending on which lift you come out of.
Mr. Cafferty, the decision to provide the kind of access arrangement that's envisaged through this development, where all residents, the whole 1,200 or so, would occupy the development if fully utilised, come through a single front door and then walk through the lobby, if they live in the east and west blocks, through the podium gardens and into their core. That is not a response that is required in terms of the development of this site, in the sense that producing a development that takes cores down to ground floor level can be delivered. It's an operational reason, isn't it? That has to be produced here.
Yeah, it wouldn't fulfil some of the objectives by which the build to rent market offers. It makes its offer to society, let's say, because clearly what they're trying to achieve is they're providing improved service functions, they're providing improved community interaction, they're they're providing better security by virtue of the single access. Clearly, if there were multiple entrances, I think, as I made in my evidence yesterday, it provides the opportunity for high quality security, high quality services without being without introducing inequality to which block you're in.
Is there any particular reason, Cafferty, why there couldn't be, for example, more than one main entry point into a development, or number of secondary entry points into development? So you have the concierge feature at the main entry point, and you
so it's the same issues. If you affordable housing, for example, the RPs, or the registered providers, are always looking to minimize the service charges to their residents. If we provide multiple entrances that therefore require multiple staffing and so on and so forth, you're simply increasing the cost burden to the residents, and that would be inappropriate in my view.
Okay. Good. Mr. Cafferty, I've exceeded my time. Those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Thank you. Just before we go on to re-examination, proportion of balconies, 28%, 26%. Mr. Deely's proof says 24%. So unless I'm corrected in due course,
Sir,
then
perhaps
24%.
Yes, sir, we can check that. I've been operating on 24%, but if we're providing a note on the amenity space calculation, perhaps we can check that.
If that can be checked.
Figure, yeah. We
may have read figures in different places, and that's why we've come up with a slight variation. 1222, Mr. Lynes, do you have time to deal with re-examination?
I do, sir. I just wanted to check whether there are any questions which you anticipated needing to ask, because obviously, given the time constraints, I would want to leave time for you to ask your questions after any re-examination, if you had any.
No, I don't have any. I asked what I wanted to ask yesterday. They were limited based on the thorough explanation that we'd had at the start of the inquiry and in chief. Thank you
very much. With that in mind, then I'll ask just a few questions of Mr. Cafferty, mindful of the time limit we have on us. At the beginning of the cross-examination, Mr. Cafferty, you were taken to Appendix 1 in Mr. Harris's proof, the heritage statement. Can we go back to that, please? Yep. Okay, and you're taken to paragraph 2.4 and 2.5. Just go to 2.4 first of all, please.
I'm there.
The point was made that there's a reference there to the centre being faithful to its original conception of a traffic-free pedestrian shopping precinct lying within a ring road for access to the rear of the shops and peripheral car parks. Again, to the extent that was regarded as being something to which the existing centre is faithful, what effect does this scheme have in your view on that aspect of the original design, please? Original conception of a traffic-free pedestrian shopping precinct lying within a ring road. Does the scheme affect that original conception?
No, it doesn't, clearly.
2.5 then, reference is made to Pesner, and describes the original portion as remarkably well preserved, long and spacious town square, and ensemble of low-rise buildings on both sides, including the site. Now, let's take us to stages very quickly. Obviously, we know, I think it's uncontroversial, that the council does not object to the demolition and redevelopment of the Peel site. Is that your understanding?
Sorry,
is that your understanding, that the council doesn't object to the
demolition? That is my understanding, yes.
Thank you very much. And as far as the original portion of the town centre is concerned, to what extent do you understand the council is seeking to preserve the existing height of low-rise buildings that are currently in the original portion? Are they seeking to preserve that in your view?
Well, from what's been said, I think there is a clear acceptance that the existing height will change.
Thank you very much. And you said in questions that were put by Mr. Edwards that the low scale buildings were part of the wider character of the town centre. Just explain how, when you're looking at the town centre as a whole, what other factors would you take into account when describing the wider character of the area, please?
Well, obviously, my view is there has been a great deal of erosion of the original concept of the low-lying master plan. And the low-lying master plan, of course, originally didn't even include the house. Now, I think if you consider the town centre as being sitting within the ring road, clearly much has changed of that. So therefore, by definition, much has changed of its character.
Thank you. And just looking at the appeal site briefly, can we go to, please, or can you help provide it to CDC 46, please, which is the Historic England listing report relating to the mural.
I may need a bit of help with that one.
Yes, that could be provided to you.
Thank you. I now have that.
If we go to the second page of that.
Yep.
You know, obviously this document's dealing with the prospective listing of the mural. And if we look at the second paragraph, it says the building which is host to the mosaic is not of any particular architectural historic interest, is of a construction that's not notable. Appearance and value contrast significantly with the landmark features of the town centre have been listed, such as brick house. And then if one goes down to the sixth paragraph, the building itself is of concrete steel construction, not of notable quality or innovation. Do you agree with that assessment carried out by Historic England?
Yes, I would definitely agree with that.
Thank you very much. Now you can put CDC 46 away. We're not going to need it again. Now, we then asked some questions about the original concept of the master plan and the site within it. Looking at the site today, just describe to the inspector, please, what relevance or weight should be given to the fact that the site was part of the original master plan, having regard to circumstances as we stand as of today, please.
Well, I think despite the fact that it was part of the originally conceived master plan, it is clearly in itself of little value, and in order to, I think, achieve a sustainable development of the site, clearly its character will inevitably change.
And then you're asked some questions about Brook House before we actually got on to that section of the cross-examination on that topic. Just to confirm your position, please, after debating the relative heights of the Brook House in the proposal, to what extent, in your view, did the evidence relating to the original master plan indicate or require that Brook House was to be a permanent singular tall element in the town centre?
There is no evidence to suggest anywhere that Brook House was always intended to be a or the singular element.
And the questions were put to you in terms of the comparison between the respective heights of the buildings. In your view, is that the sole or most important factor to take into account when looking at the effect of the scheme relative to Brook House, or other factors that need to be considered?
Sorry, could you just state that again?
The measurement of the respective heights of these buildings, is this the only factor to be taken into account when looking at the impact of the proposal, or are there others? Can you just explain your position to the inspector, please?
Well, there are clearly many aspects of the design that ought to be considered, and all of the urban design functionality I've described, all of the enclosure, the animation, the benefits of the many benefits that the scheme will bring should clearly be part of any consideration. I also don't think there would be even although our scheme is slightly higher, I don't think there will be a strict awareness of that from anyone walking through the public realm of these spaces. I think they'll both the tallest building on the appeal scheme will be considered to be a tall element. Brooke House will be considered to be a tall element. I don't believe there's anyone going to be measuring them or even conscious of the difference in height because of the distance that they are apart.
Okay, so just breaking that down a little, to what extent is the distance between the appeal site and Brooke House, is it relevant or irrelevant in your view?
It's absolutely relevant because I think that all parties accept that Brooke House within that very inner core and what might be considered its immediate setting and the spaces around it, including probably the eastern half of Town Square and East Square. I think those spaces, it should be granted its role that it was designed for.
Thank you very much. Come back to that with Mr. Jackson. Now, again, sticking with this question of height and the points that were put from you about the nature of the core of the town centre. Can we just take out, please, Mr. Jackson's appendices? There's appendix 2.
Is appendix
2
2
to these aerial photographs. Okay, do you have those?
I do.
And I think in response to some questions, you said that, well, if you take the core in the way that was being put by Mr. Edwards, yes, it was in the core of the town centre. But looking at the town centre as a whole, Mr. Cafferty, judging from these aerial photographs as one of many visuals we could go to, what view do you take about the singularity or otherwise of Brooke House within the town centre?
Well, there is clearly no singularity now. Obviously, at one point in time, there was an element of it being the dominant element. But as I say, I don't think I accept the premise of singularity at all, and certainly not in the context of the town centre as it now is.
Thank you very much. Now, you're then taken to the other aspects of the heritage assessment in Mr. Harris's appendix 1, please. And we just return to that first of all. We'll go to the paragraphs that you were taken to. Now, you were taken to 217. Brooke House designed to dominate, complement, and captivate. We've had your answers on that. I don't need to return to that. But then it goes on over the page 13. It says the building's preeminence in these close range views and the immediacy of Town Square. Do you see that?
So which number are we at?
It's still paragraph 2.17, but it is at the top of interpret.
Yes.
Page 13. Okay.
Yes.
In these, I just want these words: these close range views and the immediacy of Town Square. Yeah. What view do you take about the way that preeminence is being treated at 217 there?
Well, I think that's exactly the point I have made in the image I've referred to in my inquiry presentation. I think it was either 13 or 14 that the building clearly does not have preeminence now when you enter the western part of Town Square. And I think what this recognises, and that's a consequence of what has happened since, but is there now. So I think, what I think is being identified there is that there is a preeminence in that immediate setting of those spaces that sit immediately around the building. rather than a preeminence in the broader town centre, which we had just identified from the overhead view, it no longer has.
Thank you very much. And sticking within this document, please, if we go on to see how the assessment actually considered the proposal, 223 you were taken to, which is the reference to the treatment in the environmental statement, preeminence and landmark quality be eroded. We can do that if we need to, but I hope we don't need to, because we just look at the way the assessment carried on in 224 here in this document. It says at 224, while Brook House will no longer be the single iconic tall building with the new town as a result of the appeal scheme, it says the perceived erosion would be lessened by the design interest and quality of the appeal scheme itself. And it says, as well as the preservation of, i.e. no harm to, key views of the listed building within town square and from Gateway to the east. And it says other important long-range views of Brook House. So as far as the most immediate views of the scheme are concerned within the town centre, what do you take the heritage assessment to be saying as far as the most immediate views are concerned?
Well, I think the heritage assessment is saying that that the appeal scheme has no impact on the key views within the vicinity that this document is describing.
And if one goes on to 2.27 on page 19, as noted in the setting assessment, besides the superior height, the key elements of the building's architectural interest cannot be appreciated in any meaningful way from these long-range viewpoints. And positions within town square and other parts of the new town centre, the appeal scheme does not diminish an ability to appreciate the significance of Brook House. So again, what do you take about the extent to which any harm within the town centre was being identified in the heritage assessment?
Well, again, it's saying that there is no harm, and essentially in most of these views and in the spatial framework that exists, you mostly don't really see the buildings together unless you're looking from Brook House as we did earlier. And I believe the appeal scheme will form a very satisfactory anchoring to the far end of town square, which will I think create benefit and positive visual resource.
Thank you very much. And just to draw this point to a close, if one goes over to 2.30, please. Said, insofar as impact was identified here, it says the introduction of tall buildings onto the site will nevertheless invite a degree of distraction and a limited number of long-range views, where Brook House has previously been the principal feature, albeit there'll be positive effects of the appeal scheme to benefit the setting. So to the extent to which this heritage statement was indicating some impact, the reference to long-range views. So to what extent was it identifying any harm within the immediate environs of the town centre, in your view? Reference to long-range views.
Are we referring to the long views or the views within the town centre again?
I'm asking you, to the extent that it was identifying impact or degree of distraction in long-range views, to what extent, in your view, was that identifying harm in views from within the town centre?
I don't think there's a relationship between the two, is there?
Thank you very much. Now, again, placing this in context, any objection from Historic England to these proposals, as you understand it?
And I said my interpretation of the fact that Historic England have no objection to the scheme means that I consider that they have fundamentally taken into consideration all character, all townscape and all heritage issues in combination.
And if we can go please to the addendum note that Mr. Lowndes provided, where he includes the listing. It was already in Ms. Markham's evidence of that. If we just read down the list description, unfortunately there aren't any separate paragraphs, but if we go down about 2/3 of the way, after describing the building itself, it starts the sentence, Brook House was designed to. Do you see that?
Let me. How far down are we on this quite extensive?
Let's say 1, 2, 3. If you count 12 lines up from the bottom, perhaps that's easier.
The bottom right. So. Brook House was designed to produce high-density residential accommodation.
Since Basildon Town Centre visually provide a dominant vertical landmark to counterbalance predominantly horizontal length of the surrounding shops. The bold and subtly profiled qualities, together with the siting block forward adjacent building line to the west and facing the sunken square to the east, gives a significant townscape role to the building. So, first point, I mean, as far as the significant townscape role of the building is concerned, the reference there to the pilates, together with the siting of the block forward of the adjacent building line to the west and facing the sunken square to the east. What view do you take about where the significant townscape role of the building was being identified as part of the listing documents?
Well, again, to that very central area.
Thank you. And to what extent does this listing detail, in your view, acknowledge that townscape considerations were related to heritage considerations?
Well, I think when you use the term gives a significant townscape role to the building, it's clearly embracing both townscape and heritage issues.
And so what would you invite the inspector to conclude from the absence of any objection from Historic England in this case?
Well, I would conclude that Historic England, having considered all of the relevant character issues and architectural issues in townscape and heritage terms, have concluded they have no objection, and I would consider them to be the experts.
And we know the council's not taking any heritage-related objection in this case. Again, to the extent that you said townscape is related to heritage, what do you draw from the council not seeking to advance any heritage objection to the inspector?
Well, if they aren't forwarding a heritage argument, then that clearly implies to me that they're also not forwarding a townscape argument.
Okay. Right, let's move on, please. You're asked about this issue relating to waymarking and landmarking on the site. And there's a series of questions put to you along the terms of need, demand, or requirement. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And in a number of your answers, you use the terms appropriate, beneficial. I just want to ask your view as to what the inspector needs to do here. I mean, is your view that one needs to be asking if it's necessary, or if there's a requirement or a demand to do something on the one hand, or whether the scheme is appropriate or beneficial on the other? What's the correct approach do you think for the inspector to take?
Well, there's clearly never a requirement for anything, and I think in response to those questions, I referred to the design drivers at page 106 and 107 of the DAS, so that's 108 and 109, presumably on the other version. And I said that every single element of the building has been carefully considered in terms of its design role and its relationship with the surrounding spatial framework of the site, and that the built forms and the massing and the height have been conceived to be appropriate, and I think that is the appropriate way to look at it.
Okay, and again, there was then points put to you that, well, at a lower height, you could still achieve enclosure and achieve life and animation into the square. To the extent that the building as proposed offers benefits in terms of activation through residential use and enclosure, what effect would lowering the height of the building have in your view on the delivery of the benefit you've identified?
Well, clearly reducing the height or scale of those elements is going to reduce the level of enclosure. It's going to reduce the level of animation the buildings bring to the street, and it's going to reduce the I think the beneficial drama and wayfinding functions that the built form gives to the town.
Thank you. Now, scheme evolution next, please. You asked a number of questions about the timeline, which I don't think we have time to go through in detail. Now, I just want to pick up a couple of points that related to the pre-app stage, please, as Mr. Edwards put it. Can we take out CDC3, please, which is the pre-app response from the council? I'm aware of the time, Mr. Cafferty, right? Yeah.
If you do need to continue next week, then by all means do so. I'm not imposing any time constraint. I know we need to finish by 1 o'clock, so
I'm
don't be
grateful,
prejudiced.
sir. No, I'm very grateful, sir. Thank you. I think we can be there. That's fine. So this is the pre-app response from the council. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Cafferty? Thank you. And if we turn over to page 2, under design and layout, there are no objections to demolition of the existing building, the construction of mixed-use development. We've had a number of meetings to address design matters, including quality review panel presentation, and we are comfortable at an officer level with how the scheme is progressing. It says, and then the second paragraph, the height strategy has evolved to place the taller buildings at the most prominent position, fronting St. Martin's Square and New College Square as public wayfinding points in the key destinations of the town centre. This is logical. Okay, so again, just stepping back from that. First point is this: was there, to your knowledge, any objection at any stage by council officers about the extent to which the evolution of height or the height strategy had been addressed through pre-application stage?
My understanding is that there has never been any objections due to, I think, the comprehensive design process put forward by SWAP.
Thank you very much. And one notes there the reference to the height strategy has evolved to place a taller building. So what view do you take looking at those words as to the awareness of officers about an evolution of the strategy as far as height was concerned?
Well, I think we all understanding the term evolution, so they clearly have seen some of that evolution. So, and one would therefore conclude that the design development process that was presented at pre-app 1, demonstrated that evolution.
Thank you very much. And can we just go back while we've got the CDC series out? If we go back to CDC 2, please. Which is the design review panel. Yes, the quality review panel, sorry. And if we go to the penultimate page, under place, you were taking earlier paragraphs in this document, but under place, the second paragraph, you see it was considered by, do you see that? Height and massing were approached in a strong manner. It was agreed heights shown were acceptable in principle. So obviously, Mr. Edwards quite properly took you to reference what said that further review was required, but the context within that review is going to take place. Mr. Cafferty, what, if anything, do you draw from these references to it being said the heights shown in the master plan were acceptable in principle?
Well, quite clearly, they have been they have expressed support for the height and massing being approached the way it was, and are obviously then suggesting that there were elements for the further possibility of increasing height to a certain degree.
Thank you. And if we go to the DAS, please, itself, and turn up page 76, first of all, CDC 11.
76 on the printed version?
Yes, it is. Hold on, let me just check when I get there. It's 76 in my printed version. It's obviously maybe 74 in others. It's the one which, it's the page which starts consultation, initial design options. I just want to save time, run you through a few pages and ask you to comment on your overall impression. Okay, so we have page 76, which indicates, as I think you mentioned, the top left there, a initial proposal showing the heights as identified there. If we then go forward to page 104 through to 107, which would probably be 102 through to 105 elsewhere.
Yeah.
And one notes the top left visual there and the work that was done on it. That's the second reference I want to take you to. Then 114 to 115, please. Be 112 to 115, be 110 to 113 and others. We can see acknowledgement of public spaces there, 113 or 111, as well as views at 115 or 113. Do you see that? And then over the page to 116 or 114 through to 119 and 117. One sees a reference to, again, views on page 117 or 115, as well as the massing framework approach on 116 or 118 and 119 or 117. Okay. And then finally, one can see over the page, pages 120 or 118 through to 123 and 121. The reference to, at the bottom of page 123 or 121, opportunity for greater scale addressing primary approach. The image above it, massing steps down to Town Square and Brook House and reinforced positive identity from the Ring Road. Just quick identification of the various images. Again, just drawing all that together, what view do you take about the extent to which the DAS rationale for height on the scheme as part of the evolution of the design, please?
Well, clearly there is a very comprehensive analysis of an urban design strategy whereby one can introduce, and one should appropriately introduce, height into that town centre environment as part of a coherent spatial framework.
Thank you. And next, please, you're asked some questions about the 2012 master plan. I don't think we need to take it out for the purpose of my questions, but again, the context of that document brought forward in 2012, does that have relevance in your view as to what approach should be taken to it as of today?
Simple answer, no.
Okay. As far as the context for that document is concerned, is the wider planning context the same now or different now compared with 2012?
Clearly, it is very different now.
And actually, if we can take out the document very briefly, if we go to page 59 of the document, please.
Which document?
It's the 2012 master plan, CDB4. Now, before I ask you a question on page 59, circumstances you said are different. So, by way of example, to what extent, in your view, Mr. Caffrey, this document anticipate current housing needs?
I would suggest it doesn't anticipate current housing needs whatsoever.
And if we look on page 59, it says the master plan will be reviewed 5 to 7 years following adoption, subsequent reviews every 5 years thereafter. And then the second bullet point, the master plan evolves as necessary to meet the objectives of Basel and deliverability in line with future changes in the market. Okay. So I think you mentioned in your evidence that there's a think you used the word piecemeal approach being taken, and you referred to land ownership as well.
Yeah.
Again, to what extent, as far as the weight to be given to this document now is concerned, should references to keeping up to date with changes in the market and the need to review the master plan in subsequent years, to what extent are those relevant in your view to the approach that should be taken now to this document?
It's obviously absolutely fundamental, because any master plan needs to respond to the planning need at the time. So this is clearly substantially out of date, and the planning policy framework has changed, fundamentally reflecting that, as has the housing needs situation facing Basel.
Thank you very much. And if one acknowledges that there was a master plan in 2012, to what extent does the move to create a regeneration strategy, either in September 2020 or now, indicate the extent to which weight should be given to the 2012 master plan?
Well, I think the 2020 master plan approach is a clear reflection on the planning framework which now exists, and therefore anyone logically looking at comparing the two documents would clearly understand how they both respond to the context, the planning, the social context that they seek to respond to.
Thank you very much. Again, if we just pick up very quickly the draft master plan, CDB 5.
20?
Yes, that's right. I don't spend long on this, but if you go to page 22, please. And we know this is the work of the master planners commissioned by the council.
It's 22 as printed, yeah?
22 as printed, in the third paragraph under the heading building heights.
Yeah.
Okay, residential development at the edge of the town centre should be lower in scale, with taller market buildings marking out routes into the town centre. Do you see that?
I do indeed.
And page 45.
That's the premise of modern urban design.
Yes, and if we go forward, for example, to page 45, Hill and Massing. Development opportunities to the north railway station close to the town centre are suitable for taller buildings. Development sites close to the station can accommodate mid-rise with taller market buildings to market important new routes into the town centre. Okay, so again, if one looks on page 45 and the votes being taken to the station border at the time, to what extent were the independent master planners advising about the ability to achieve height on this site consistent with aspirations for marking out routes into the town centre?
We're clearly giving the guidance that would be appropriate, as they would do, because it's modern urban design.
Thank you very much. And his final question is on final question, please, on the Essex Design Guide and balconies, please, and a couple of questions. This is in context. Are you aware of any policy requirement, either an adopted or emerging policy to provide balconies in accordance with the Essex Design Guide?
No, there clearly is no policy.
Thank you very much. What do you understand the approach of officers and indeed members to have been until this appeal? The suite of events leading up to the appeal. What do you take about the approach that officers and previous members were taking to the Essex Design Guide and the need to provide balconies to all units pursuant to that guide?
Clearly, and I believe the officers to be appropriately experienced in understanding what is appropriate to take from A, policy, and B, design guidance, and have applied that knowledge and experience accordingly. And clearly they have never had an issue with a balanced provision of shared amenity and some balconies.
Finally, bearing in mind this is guidance, What, if any, factors, in your view, justify not providing balconies on all flats in this scheme?
Well, I've already said in most cases, the balconies on external elevations for design-led and also safety-led reasons. I believe that the BTR product simply provides a choice. We always have choice as individuals, and I believe that the amenity provided by the BTR scheme is actually more beneficial to both the aspirations of fostering community and that actually giving residents beneficial use of actually larger, albeit shared spaces.
Have you ever understood it to be suggested to the appellant that providing balconies on all the external elevations would be consistent with maintaining the existing character of the town centre?
I think it would be quite the reverse, because I think even Brook House, the only residential building in the town centre, certainly in that central core, has no balconies. So how could balconies be consistent with the character?
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Have you had sufficient time?
I have, sir. Thank you very much for asking.
Just wanted to make sure.
I have, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Cafferty, thank you very much for your attendance this morning in potentially difficult circumstances. You can now be released from the inquiry today. Thank you very much.
If you see Mr. Cafferty disappearing quickly behind me, he's on his way, sir.
Well, that's why I indicated he could go.
Thank you very much.
We'll just take a few minutes, if we can, to take stock as to where we are. In terms of conditions and obligations, is any party intending to talk me through it, or for me to rely on what I have?
Sir, Mr. Harris, from our part, is going to help deal with the conditions section. Mr. Pinnock, my instructing solicitor, will be here to deal with section 106. We hadn't anticipated we would walk you through every single one of the conditions, but perhaps focus on the questions that you had raised initially. But we can take stock. I can ask Mr. Harris the extent to which he's able to walk you through the conditions as opposed to the council doing it. I just have to take instructions on that, sir.
Indeed. I mean, clearly, I've seen the conditions. I've read them. I've had an input into those draft conditions as originally submitted. They've been amended to reflect the comments that I've made. And I would be quite content if the conditions are agreed not to require any further explanation.
Very well, sir.
But if you want to reflect on that over lunch, then by all means do so. My purpose with inquiries is to seek to have an early involvement in conditions, so that the bad old days of spending an afternoon working through conditions and seeking to amend and draft them disappears. So I'm content with the conditions as submitted insofar as I understand them, and it's then in due course a matter for me, if I'm minding to allow the appeal, to look very carefully at those conditions. But at the present time, I don't have further questions on the conditions. The 106, then we can spend some time on that. Again, it appears to be very clear to me as to what is intended. SIL compliance statement as amended is helpful and provides the justification. So perhaps a relatively short session this afternoon in terms of anything that anybody wishes to emphasize or feel that they should explain to me. Are we content on that we'll come back at 2 o'clock and deal with those matters, and then any other matters that you want to raise with me?
Yes, sir. I'm content for our part. Can I double check that the version of the revised draft conditions that you have in front of you is the version of the 11th of November?
It's the one that came in yesterday, so it is.
Yes,
It clearly is. Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much.
I mean,
That's helpful.
I mean, as I understand it, we're in a situation where we have agreed conditions that no party has submitted an alternative version, giving me a choice in terms of preferred wording. The wording is agreed, and it's then down to me.
Yes, so
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, as far as the council is concerned, that is the position.
Thank you. We'll adjourn. We'll resume at 2 o'clock and deal with any outstanding matters.
So sorry, just before you formally adjourn, I apologise to adding to everyone's lunchtime. Can I just ask, my clients don't have any points to raise whatever in relation to the conditions or the 106 session. With that in mind, would it be possible for my clients just to be formally excused from this afternoon session? We'll obviously keep a watching brief, but in terms of turning cameras on when you don't need to make sure that we're there.
Certainly, I'm content with that. Did you want me to deal with any timetabling matters? If there are any.
So if there are any, we'll be there. We'll keep a watching brief and we'll dip in if there's something like that we need input into. We'll be there.
Clearly, at the present time, we're exactly as the timetable anticipated. Availability of witnesses as per the timetable for next week presumably is confirmed. I'm not anticipating a significant timetabling session.
I'm grateful, thank you.
For once. Mr. Hill, are you in the same position?
So yes, certainly in relation to planning conditions and planning obligation, we don't have any input to make on either of those points. There are some programming issues I'd like to touch on briefly, not now. It isn't anything very disruptive, just fine tuning. And I've also circulated an email this morning to my learned friends so they can have a quick look at that over the lunch to come back. It only relates to the timing of closing submissions to alert you to that point. And I wanted just to canvass
fine
on that. But no, there isn't anything to disrupt.
No, that's helpful. And in terms of the timetable, I wasn't being disrespectful in putting time estimates for Rule 6 parties. It was that they could be very much a moving element depending upon the progress of the inquiry. So I was going to seek to review those early next week to have those confirmed. And as I'd indicated on the timetable, I would canvass thoughts on closing submissions depending upon the progress of the inquiry, whether those closings will take place next week, whether a further day would be needed specifically for closings, or the further option of closings in writing. But that's a matter for you to reflect on outside the inquiry, and we can deal with that in due course.
So I don't want to hold up lunch any longer, but I will stay around just so I can touch on the programming issues. I have real problems next week in terms of my own availability, so I don't think I shall be around on Tuesday morning. So if we could just have a short pause certainly at the end of the day to touch on how next week's program would unfold, that would be very helpful to me.
Certainly, we'll do that.
Thank you.
So we'll adjourn now and come back at 2 o'clock, please. Thank you. Hello, little Nora. Good afternoon. The inquiry is resumed. Perhaps first of all, for this conditions and obligations session, some introductions as to those who will be taking part, please.
Thank you, sir. For our part, they may not need to speak for reasons that will become clear, but just in case they do, Roy Pinnock, my instructing solicitor, has appeared on camera, and although he's not on camera yet, and Mark Harris, our planning witness, is available, although he doesn't appear on camera, not on mine anyway at the moment, but he can speak to aspects of the conditions as well as necessary.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards?
Yes, so for the council, you have Ms. Adele Lawrence, who is the case officer for this matter with Basildon Council, who will assist you on planning conditions. And so you also have Ms. Mackay, who is going to assist you with 106.
Thank you. In terms of Ms. Lawrence, Ms. Mackay, if I could have a note in due course as to any professional qualifications and their positions with the council for the appearances, would assist, please.
Of course.
What I'll do, run through the draft conditions, revised draft conditions, which is the 11th of November. I have very little to ask, and I should thank the parties both in terms of draft conditions and the obligations and the SIL compliance statement for actually having these in a form that was usable well before the inquiry, which does save a lot of inquiry time in that I've had a review of the conditions and some suggestions which have been taken on board. So far as the draft conditions are concerned, I wanted to go back to condition 27, which is one I've queried before, which is the extract systems for any commercial units.
Sir,
Yes,
sir.
commercial kitchens.
Yes, Mr. Harris has anticipated your query and is making his way into the witness.
No sense out of me, sir.
Yes, Mr. Pinnock didn't fancy explaining the plan.
No idea, sir.
Mr. Harris can do that for you to assess how his conditions operating now.
Yes, it may well be that I need to have a further look at the plans, particularly the ground floor plans, but bearing in mind that the commercial units back onto the internal car park, so they've got no back of house opportunity for flues and the like. Bearing in mind what is above the units, either residential directly above or offset, and the podium level amenity space, whether the condition has actually taken account of those elements with particular reference to extract system to terminate at a point at least 1 meter above the eaves. I'm still very puzzled by that concept.
Okay. So can I draw your attention to core document C36, and it's the amended drawings that were submitted as part of the planning application.
Let me just go to that if I may. C36.
That's the one I've written down. I haven't got the list in front of me. That's what I've written down.
Right, yes, there's a separate file for those. C36.
And then hopefully not too far down, there's a first floor general arrangement drawing.
Yes.
Which ends 1201.
Yes.
So after you raised this one earlier in the week, so I asked Swap Architects in terms of how the flue design works. And the way it's been explained to me is that you'll obviously see the 3 cores.
Just bear with me a second while this opens. Yes.
In each of the 3 cores, there's a lift.
Yeah.
And behind the lift, which is sort of rectangular shape left to right, there's another smaller rectangular shape behind that, before you then go to what's an apartment block on the left-hand side, communal space in the middle block, and then on the green block, there's then an apartment. See that, sir?
Yes, so I'm looking at the central block.
So you've got the lift there. But then
The single lift.
The single lift.
Yes.
Another rectangular shape that you can see before you go to the internal.
Right. Yes.
And what each of those 3 structures contains is essentially a housing for the flue. It's been designed internally such that it then links with all of the ground floor commercial units, and then will essentially house any flue arrangement to then take up any emissions from that to the top of each part of the building.
Okay. Yes.
So that then avoids any interaction with any residential windows.
I understand that. That was the difficulty I was having earlier on, was just understanding precisely how that worked, because I hadn't picked up that there was communal flue. Right. If I go back to the conditions. Sorry, my broadband has decided to be incredibly slow at this moment in time. Right. Right, I'm back with the amended conditions. The only other ones I wanted clarification on. It related to the amendments to the site assembly conditions 47 and 48. And it was simply to understand A, B, and C, 123 of the dwellings, 246 of the dwellings, 394 of the dwellings, as to how that is triggered, and explanation of the 3-stage approach.
I can ask Mr. Penning to deal with that, but in broad terms, the purpose of those amendments is to ensure that the condition aligns up with each of the relevant trigger points in the section 106 agreement. But I can ask Mr. Penning if there's anything we need to add as far as any further points of detail are concerned. But that's the broad reason why the amendments were put in, to ensure consistency between the condition and the triggers in the 106.
Thank you.
So that's correct. And now my broadband's playing up, but that's the excuse because we're in an office. I'll just go to I can tell you exactly what the relevant triggers are, but that's exactly the point, which is to make sure that
just strict alignment with the 106.
Yes,
exactly so.
That's fine. As long as I.
Yeah, so I mean, if it would help you to have a sort of short note to explain that alignment, just for clarity, or anything else about the condition, we're very happy to do that rather than take time this afternoon.
I could probably pick that up from a rereading of the 106 and look for that in particular. Is there anything else on conditions? Shall I turn to the 106? What I'll do, I'll use ID 17, which has got the changed pages, so that I can just review the progress through that.
So he's approving.
So essentially minor adjustments to the 106.
That's correct. So it's proofing corrections just ahead of engrossment.
Yes. Yeah. Paragraph 28 is the regulation 122 requirement of the regs. I take it there is no dispute between the parties from the SIL compliance statements about the manner in which those contributions meet the test. There's no dispute, and then that's a matter for me to assess.
So that's correct. The statement, the agreement, and the conditions are all agreed.
Thank you. There's nothing else I want to raise on the 106. Is there anything in particular that anybody wishes to draw my attention to?
No, sir, not from our part. And obviously, it's been very helpful having this session at this stage of the inquiry. But if there are any other queries that arise in any of the conditions, site assembly or otherwise, then we're very happy to put in a note in response to these queries.
Thank you.
So unless Mr. Mackay is going to make any contribution, I think we're content to.
Yeah, content. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just bringing up the SIL compliance statement. Which is helpful and in an appropriate form, drawing out the policies. I note that the contributions sought for healthcare, that's been increased from, following the letter of representation, I think, relative to that. So that's the sum that has been asked for, as I understand it.
Right, so
Anything specifically that anybody wishes to draw out about the compliance statement?
I think we're content with it, and it speaks for itself. Unless you've got any questions for us.
No, you're quite right. It does speak very effectively for itself, and that's indicative of the fact that I've not got any queries about it. It goes through every element of it: explanation, justification, and then it's a matter for me in due course as necessary to deal with each of those in a decision letter. That's it on the compliance statement. So I think that's the matters that we set out to deal with this afternoon in terms of obligations and conditions, unless there's anything else. No? Well, thank you for those brief appearances. It's reassuring us. It's been very helpful having had all the background work. Thank you. So if we move on to timetabling, and I'm expecting Mr. Hill to appear. He has. He's been listening carefully. Do you want to begin, Mr. Hill, then, please?
Well, sir, I think there were just 2 points I wanted to raise. The first was in relation to the day that you've provisionally assigned to Rule 6 parties, which is next Thursday. And really just to go back to the point which we aired, albeit I quite acknowledged late in the day that I have real availability problems next week. I am doing everything I can to make myself available on Thursday, but it would be a huge advantage to me if you were able to direct that the Rule 6 parties would be heard on the Thursday and not, for example, brought forward onto the Wednesday. Because that would make my task, I think, very hard indeed to make myself potentially available on the Wednesday as well as the Thursday. And if you were prepared to do that, I hope there would be no complaint from other parties, but it would be of great assistance to me. I've also said to Ms. Hall, I've asked whether if I am struggling to become available first thing on Thursday, whether it would be a problem for her, if I weren't available, for her to call her witness first. And she's kindly said that wouldn't be a problem to her. And I hope you could also give some thought to that perhaps over the weekend. That was my first point, sir. I don't know whether you want to deal with that now.
So we'll deal with that now. So in terms of the timetable, if we make good progress next week, are we content that the Rule 6 parties are heard on the Thursday rather than drawing them forward to Wednesday afternoon? The other option is if we've got time on the Wednesday afternoon to bring forward infrared, but that still leaves you with Thursday morning as unavailable, doesn't it? So it perhaps doesn't assist a great deal.
So I'm doing my best. I'm doing everything I possibly can to be available first thing, let's just say 10 o'clock on Thursday morning. And it was just, had I been driving as hard as I can to get to the school and I was held up somewhere, I just inquired whether Miss Hall would be able to fill the void by calling her witness first, and she kindly said that that wouldn't be a problem to her.
So we've certainly got flexibility there.
Yes, that would be the issue for me was just if we could hallmark or earmark that day as a Rule 6 party day when at least my 2 witnesses would be heard. That would be of huge assistance to me in making the arrangements I've got to make elsewhere.
Does this have an implication for closings?
Well, so it does and it doesn't. I mean, I would not be available on the Friday, but I did take the opportunity to canvass with the other council involved whether there was a general desire to allow a little more time for people to collate material for their closings and ensure they're fully typed up and available for you. And I was pushing, I have to say, at an open door. Everyone immediately came back to say, yes, we would like to have a little bit more time and not run the closings immediately after the completion of the evidence, which you will understand from your long experiences is the way advocates often like to operate.
Indeed.
And so it may be, and certainly there seemed to be a general desire not to close immediately after the evidence, but to allow everyone an opportunity, a pause, just to gather their thoughts, order their submissions, type them up and ensure that they're available for you in full form. That does leave the question of how and when we would do that. But I'm perhaps not the person to lead on that. And I was going to suggest if there was contentment as to the idea of not closing on the Friday, we could perhaps look at our diaries over the weekend and come back to you with a suggestion as to when that might take place. Everyone's had an opportunity to consult their clerks and see what availability looks like.
Yes, thank you. I was anticipating, as you probably gathered, that the asterisk that I will canvass with council closings on a 2-week inquiry, closing the day after all the evidence is heard is a big ask and not necessarily most useful from your point of view and not my point of view, because I clearly value closing submissions. They're extremely important. So again, with me, you're knocking at an open door to defer closing. So if you could look over the weekend at availability and let me have some indication of that, perhaps on Monday, if that's at all possible, and then I can look at my diary and we'll see whether we can all come together on a mutually convenient date. Is that agreed? I think so.
It is, sir. It is, and from our part, we have no objection to the Thursday being allocated for Rule 6 parties either. I suspect the way the timetable is going, we've been very good so far. It may well be Thursday morning in any event before we reach the Rule 6s, but no problem at all in dedicating the Thursday to Rule 6s.
Yes, so can I just indicate for our part, that's entirely fine. We're perfectly content with what Mr. Hill has suggested.
That seems to be sensible. That who knows in terms of progress next week, but the timetable is not over generous, but it's not particularly tight on the basis that re-examination is always an unknown quantity, and I appreciate that cross-examination in particular is always difficult to gauge in terms of timings. So I'm content with those suggestions. Rule 6 on Thursday, defer closings to an agreed date.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anything else before we adjourn for the day?
Well, from our part, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Well, we will resume Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock, and thank you and your teams for all the hard work that's gone in this week and the good progress made. Thank you very much. The inquiry is now adjourned until Tuesday morning. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.